fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going in the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to him!
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled!
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
It's the final whistle stop tour. It's the place where everybody wants to go and race. It's been a long season full of fraught challenges and difficulties that we haven't necessarily thought we'd have when we started things many a month ago, all the way back at Montreal and the circuit Gilles Villeneuve. There's been trials and tribulations. There's been a whole slew of different race victors. There's been an endurance season through the middle of it. But through it all, we've been SCOPS. We've been SCOPS in a 2020, which has been very, very entertaining and very, very different. But for some differences, there's the old guard and the new guard looking to have their way on this battle here. It's Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Some traditions stay the same. The final round here of SCOPS 2020, and it's brought to you from Road America by SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Esports Network. We welcome you into the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jake Sperry, joined alongside, as always, by one Mr. Reese Gardner to bring things to a very, very nice close here as we focus on next year and 2021 up on the horizon. A championship still to be decided, but Super Split 2 before any of that comes into view. And well, the question becomes here, Reese, as we get an eye out on maybe some of these drivers who are hoping they can punch themselves in with a lucky ticket, a golden ticket that puts them in the main event. Who's going to be the one who maybe starts to find momentum on the back end of 2020, runs it through the winter, comes out stronger looking at 2021?
That is the big question. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast. We hope you enjoy the racing that's coming up today, and it's certainly going to be hectic because Road America is one of those circuits that always turns a nice race on, especially at the end of the season. And you are right, Sperry. This is one of the rounds where drivers are looking to improve for next season, just jump in and suss out the competition in SCOPS, or maybe jump in for another go at the iRacing Australian Touring Car. It's always been a round of interestingness, and I certainly expect more of that today.
And, well, that interestingness is going to be just a little bit added on here today with us at SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Esports Network. If you haven't already, you can like, share and subscribe for more amazing content which is brought to you on the Esports Network. There will be something coming up tomorrow I am sure that you're going to enjoy having a little bit of fun with. But through Oceanic Sim Racing, through Motum Simulations, Too Easy Finance and the Virtual Racing School, this has been a season full of many, many changes and many, many differences that we have had compared to maybe a few other areas out there in the world, so to speak here, Reese. And now you start wondering, as we get ourselves more and more closer to racing action, just how difficult is this Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin track? It's a very, very long track, but one that doesn't have necessarily the traditional braking zones that would give you traditional overtaking opportunities. It has itself a lot of flowing 90-degree corners. It's almost like you put a street circuit as a road course.
Yeah, something along those lines. This circuit's been around since the mid-1950s, and its basic layout has barely changed at all. It's a very historic place, and I like to call it America's Monza. It's got super long straights, it's got heavy braking zones into a couple of very tight left and right-handers around this place, so yeah, it's one of those places that suits itself really well to these cars. You know, the big, heavy, powerful machines that rely more on mechanical grip than anything else. I know that NASCAR has raced here in the past, and the racing there has been good. And of course, this being the finale, it's one of those things that that always turns it up in these touring cars, but we do have a bit more of an announcement along the lines here, Sperry, because Too Easy Finance has been in with V8SCOPS this year and sponsoring rounds, and we do have Too Easy Finance's Jamie McKnight in here with us in the box to make a very special announcement, I hear.
Hey guys, how are you?
Oh, well, we're doing great here, Jamie. We hear that you've got an announcement, so we will waste zero time and allow you the opportunity to get right into it and have your fun and have your peace.
I will do. Thanks, Sperry. We're pleased to announce that we continued our partnership with you guys for season 2021. We'll be supporting V8SCOPS and the Wednesday night OSR series, and we may even get involved in another surprise series that hasn't been announced yet. So we're very pleased to continue on. This is our, I think, fourth season as either, secondary sponsor or major sponsor of SCOPS. And it's because you run such a good organisation and give our new brands that we've brought under the West End Group in the last couple of years plenty of exposure. And we're really pleased to be able to join you again next year.
Well, there we go. There's a lot of big news there. Jamie McKnight jumping in along. Now, Jamie, in terms of now moving forward with the vision that SCOPS has, a lot of people look at this SCOPS Championship. It's been the base and the foreground for a lot of efforts and individual works that we have seen over the course of the years, and especially seeing all those drivers making the majority of attempts in the Repco Supercars Championship, for example. How has SCOPS been in terms of a development, in terms of moving forward and finding new talent and bringing talent up to the highest level when it comes to iRacing?
Well, for me, Sperry, SCOPS is still the pinnacle of. Sorry, I'm doing this outside because my internet's down, so I'm using my 4G, and my dogs wanted to be on the show. My daughter can get rid of him. Thank you.
Welcome, Jamie's dog.
It's the pinnacle of the sport. That's why I spend so many countless nights trying to qualify for top split, and I think it showcases the talent that's gone on to be world championship material, and Josh Rogers and Jared Felsell and Dane Warren this year. I mean, they all had cut their teeth in SCOPS, and I think for the future that's what SCOPS is. It's the proving ground for the next level of races, and along with that too is the the best of the rest, which I hope to be a part of in the coming years. The guys that put on a solid show every week and develop further and further each year they drive.
And just looking as well then into 2021, of course, there is no secret that numbers do drop down from season or as a season does go on. But with an all-year championship like this, do you feel like there is maybe a bigger sense of opportunity that those drivers who do want to be out there and do want to have that drive and determination from the likes of people who've been racing around in your team and all the other teams, do you feel like there's going to be a concerted effort to try and maybe move off some of the establishment that's been up there at the top?
Oh, well, that's been our goal all year, and I think that's true of plenty of other teams in the championship this year. Obviously Altus and the DPR guys have been having a good crack, and, it's good to see a bit of a change at the top. And, Jared Felsell, who's my teammate, spent quite a bit of time at the top of SCOPS, and, I think it's been good in some ways that he's had a rest this year because it's given other people a chance to step up and shine. Madison's always there. You can't get rid of him, but he's a wonderful driver and a talented sim racer, been around a long time, great guy as well. I think that there's so many of the young guys too that have come through this year. I mean, even look at people like Jordan Caruso and Cooper Webster. Those guys, they've just accelerated in their talent so fast that I think SCOPS has still got, plenty of motivation for people who are interested. And it's dropped off a little bit this year, but the season's finishing late, and COVID's been a bit of a drain on everyone, I think, and now people like in Melbourne are able to get out and race. So I know I've got 3 or 4 teammates that are away racing this weekend, which has precluded them from qualifying. I think that's more to do with what's happening because real life's allowed to happen again. And I think next year we'll get back to some sort of normality and we'll have the usual 120 people going for it and me missing out. So.
Well, before we let you go then, Mr. Jamie McKnight, how is things going for you? How have you been finding things? And are there any shout-out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank, as we've got everything over the line so far in terms of getting a new deal sorted for 2021?
Yep, I'd like to thank particularly Jay Kennedy and his close relationship with me at Simspeed. We've always worked very positively together. Obviously Mike and the guys at OSR and Simon. And then obviously Valvoline have been a wonderful financial support for us this year. They've been able to really give us the funds to be able to help the guys in my team, particularly, not only race for free, but to make some money and be part of maybe some future developments with the GT3 team with Valvoline. So stand by for that. And I think that's what sim racing is becoming. It's becoming a proving ground for, real racing for the guys that have got the opportunity and the age to do it. And for the rest of us, it's a chance to be involved in something that's pretty competitive and unique. So, yeah, I'd like to thank Valvoline. They've been great support, and they are indicating that they're, with all intentions, coming back on board with us again next season. And, and I'd just like to thank all of my teammates for this year, and looking forward to 2021.
Well, there you have it. Jamie McKnight as part of Too Easy Finance, and of course, riding around in quite a bit of fun. He will be racing around in Top Split just a little bit later on in proceedings today. Jamie McKnight there joining us for a little bit. Now, Reese, we do need to talk about the field, though, that we have here today. We're about 4 minutes away from the start of racing action, and it is a little bit reduced. And there maybe are a couple of surprises here who find themselves down the order and not necessarily with the best time possible on the board. So this becomes a case of maybe trying to find those small differences that you weren't able to find over the course of 18 hours of pre-qualification, which is one of the other really tough challenges about getting into this series and getting into the racing, is the fact you've got 3 days of pre-qual to try and move your time up the board. But it's really going to be about now who finds themselves with that really big chance to move forward and get themselves into the main event.
Yeah, and the driver who seemingly has the best chance coming out of pre-qualifying is Vincent Skilbeck. He set the 41st fastest pre-qualifying time, which means he's going to be starting on pole for Split 2. Of course, the grid for Split 2 is defined by the pre-qualifying order, so he's coming off it with the best chance so far. But there are a couple of drivers there that do jump out to me, like Stephen Varga and Craig Anspatch that we saw lighting it up at tracks like Belle Isle and at Spa as well. Sean Thompson as well in Split 2. We'd expect him more in the midfield to back end of Split 1, so he's got something to fight for here today as well.
He certainly does, and I'm sure a lot of drivers will be thinking that they have maybe something that they can hold on to in this race and maybe showcase to a few others in and around that they are in the prime position. They are in a place where they can just move on through the order and get what they want out of this one. There is no surprises here today, that we've got a lot to come along. This is a 17-lap race, which is definitely short sounding on paper, but here in Scops it is a very long event. And one of the keys to this final round of the championship, with ourselves just a minute and 20 seconds away right now, Reese, is the fact that you can't drop this round. If you're having a poor round, you're keeping on to this one in terms of points.
Yeah, exactly right. We do have 3 drop rounds in Scops throughout the season, but yeah, you cannot drop the last round. So if the drivers want to get a good result, they have to hit all of their marks and play all of their cards just right. And it's going to be a challenging card game because, as always, there is a mandatory pit stop here in Split 2. Anytime after the end of lap 2, drivers can come in for a stop. There is a fuel tank restriction of 50%, so they can only put 55.5 litres in their machines. So that's going to throw some spanners into the works, and it's going to mean that strategy will be a big factor in this 17-lap race.
And it's those 17 laps which become a really big point of contention here, as we find ourselves just moments away from getting ourselves ready and in towards action here, as we will look over these drivers. Coxhead currently the quickest when it comes to practice, and of course that main event coming up straight afterwards, as it's going to be all about who puts themselves in the best possible position. There's the Briggs and Stratton sign there in the Sargento Bridge, so we will now move ourselves over towards the gridding process here at Road America. It's been a little bit different to where we were last year. There was a good amount of work that was done over the season or over the year from the iRacing crew, who do a fantastic job in development, and more things being announced for the new winter build that is coming up. And one of the things in one of the prior builds is that we had a lot of graphical changes, or a sponsorship update, I should say. Vincent Skilbeck, though, will be on the pole position for the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic with Stephen Varga alongside him for United Sim Sports. And it's Craig Anspach and Sebastian Flock on row 2. Damon Stockton for the Simrix.com DPR team starts this one from 5th, and Sean Thompson in 6th place. Andrew Mogridge goes from 7th with Todd Parks in 8th. Henry King starts this one in 9th with Matthew Brunt rounding out the top 10.
It's a smaller field than usual for Split 2, but it's still quite close. Bruce Kiley and Simon Mazzomo join each other on row 6, with Darren McKenzie in lucky 13th beside Shane Evans in the other Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car. David Kinman for Pursuit and Chris Coxhead for Zuva, rounding out this 16-car field. Now, it seems to me that they're not going to have much of an issue with starting uphill, thanks to the reduced grid size, but in Split 1, that rise up to the start-finish line might be an issue.
It certainly will. It's a narrow start-finish line, and so many times going into a quick turn number 1 comparatively, there are sometimes causes for concern. It's a 109 kilometers, 68 miles, 17 laps, and track temperature right now is a pretty cool 24 degrees, but it's in sim time 7:30 in the morning, which isn't a million miles away from where I find myself right now. So that's going to be worth just keeping in mind. There's Barney the flagman up there on top of the starter's tower. He'll be waving all of these very, very aggressive vehicles off the line and making sure that everybody has a clean run of things here today. And I think with a smaller grid like this, we could be finding ourselves in a real opportunity zone to see everybody with a chance of booking their place. Put 17 on the clock. Let's get ourselves then ready and waiting, because there's the green flag and there's the go. Anspach doesn't get going off of the start, and he checks up the entirety of the line right behind him as they charge on through towards turn number 1. A great start there in the Ratu car by Thompson as he made progress towards turn number 1. Are we going to be all clean here down the inside and making sure we're through the opening corner? Yes, we are, as we see things going through. Now looking towards the middle, there's Henry King, who's got himself through, and there's a bit of side-by-side through turn 3. That's going to be Mogridge finding a way through then on the inside. Now the run to the Moraine sweep in turn 5 comes up into the next section of this track, and immediately you can see some side-by-side. Bruce Kiley in the Synergy car sees that in front of him, Anspach has had a shocking start. He's got Matthew Brunt for company here as they descend on the brakes into turn 5.
Have a look at Damon Stockton. He ended up having to back off thanks to the poor start from Craig Anspach, but he's already made 3 overtakes from my count around this lap so far, just managing to put himself ahead of Todd Parks. Had a red-hot go at Sebastian Flock, who seems to be having some technical issues, but for the lead, looking very close here between Vincent Skilbeck and Stephen Varga, with Sean Thompson looming in the background. It was a nice clean start from everyone.
It absolutely was, and that was the key to getting themselves going and making sure that they weren't going to make any real dramas of it in the early stages. It's all about getting through the opening lap as they head through the kink, a very, very difficult section of road, that kink. You don't want to go too wide at any point in time, but everybody's going to be wanting to try and get through as Varga descends on the brakes into Canada corner, trying to get close enough to Vincent Skilbeck to really force the issue. This is a high wear track, so they also have to be careful about how much they're using of their tyres around this place, especially with the very, very tough braking zones that they have around here. And Varga with the big deep lunge misses the apex going through the corner, and that's going to cost him here, and suddenly he'll be looking behind rather than in front at Sean Thompson, looking to get a good run as we go up over the start-finish line. Here's some side-by-side for you. Thompson pulling alongside Mogridge and King side-by-side as well as they go through. It's too wide, it's too deep as they go into turn number 1. And there is Thompson on the inside, making sure that the Ratu car has what he needs. But Varga wants to fight this one back, tucked up underneath there in 868. He's a long way around, bit of contact, and he's shuffled into the grass for his troubles.
Yeah, and it looked like that wasn't the only instance there. Thompson, unfortunately, making contact with Varga on the way into turn 1 and on the way into turn 3 as well. So there's Varga recovering. He's lost all of those positions right at the back of the grid, and Andrew Mogridge now having to go defensive here versus Henry King now that he finds himself in a podium position. Have a look at King around the outside, holding position really nicely. He's got another left-hander to deal with up here. Remains to be seen if he can keep that position. Another good throttle application from Henry King. That's really good. He's managed to catch out Andrew Mogridge there and now finds himself in third.
Angry Andrew Mogridge, I think you were trying to say, who's been desperate to try and get through and get that third place, but Henry King is like a stick in the mud. It just does not budge, and that is the key to how he starts to drive. Now, there is live stewarding here today. Michael Korolev and Simon Black, the stewards here, will be in the office having a little bit of a look to see how everyone is playing about here with this one. You've got Sebastian Flock there in 5th place, but everybody in the pack is definitely going to be hoping that they have what it takes to charge. And it's third on back where you start to see where the majority of this is going through. It stretches pretty much all the way back to Chris Coxhead in 12th place, so they all have themselves that chance. And
oh no, Mogridge!
Stick close, but Mogridge then, as we were just looking forward, has had a big moment. We just moved away on the cameras, and he is now shuffled down a number of places, and he gets the hip check from, I believe, Matthew Brunt, and he finds wall, and that's a shame for the Race on Oz driver.
Yeah, huge shame there for Mogridge. He suffered a bit of oversteer on the exit of Canada corner, and then while he was recovering, unfortunately, Matthew Brunt on his inside made side-by-side contact with him. Replay thanks to our mates at Modem Simulation as Vincent Skilbeck sets the fastest lap of the race so far, and this is what happened here to the Race on Oz driver.
This is absolutely what we see right now as he went into a whole world of troubles. There was the contact, and that is where Mogridge now finds himself. You can see he's trying to get back on the power again. Too wide through Bill Mitchell Bend is sketchy at the best of times, and ultimately there finds wall, finds troubles. Now, we know that Chris Coxhead is down the order because he only managed 1 lap in pre-qualification just to put it on in so that he has a chance of racing. He's in 11th place right now as here comes Mez down the inside looking here on Bruce Kiley. He wants 9th place at this stage, and Kiley runs wide. This will allow Coxhead the chance to go to the inside as he trials here, finding moves, and that's a nice one from the Zuva driver who moves into the top 10 with his effort. But the top 2 at this stage are the ones who are broken away to the tune of 1.2 seconds right now. Skilbeck, Clear, and Thompson, and then it's Henry King effectively giving Sean Thompson, his teammate, a license to go out there and attack Vincent Skilbeck.
Yes, indeed, but it's going to be a tough job because looks like Skilbeck is pretty comfortable out there in the lead. Thompson's last lap, 2:07.955, of course. We got to consider the contact that he made with Stephen Varga on the run-up. So top 2 staying away from each other for now, but have a look at that. It's a bit stressful, I think, for Damon Stockton seeing Sebastian Flock suffer these technical issues, disappearing from the track for a few seconds at a time. You can't tell where the driver in front of you is going to be, so it doesn't really do your confidence many favours.
It also doesn't do you many favours to get by because you do lose the draft with those sorts of technical issues. So you ultimately get intermittent drafting. You're not hitting as much of the top speed as you would be otherwise. So Henry King will be noticing that behind and will be maybe having a little bit of a conversation as well. Now, early stop, lap 4:17. This is an early one and an interesting one. Darren McKenzie in the Team Hyperdrive car. Nothing to lose so far by pitting in this early. He's just going to have incredibly warm tyres come the end, but he wants to have a huge undercut on absolutely everybody in this field because this is one of the few tracks you can defend at as Craig Hanspatcher's mirrors full of Todd Parks.
Indeed, and McKenzie now at a stop in the pits, getting his tyres changed, etc., but this battle looking very interesting as they go through Moraine, sweeping into the braking zone for turn 5. This is one of the heaviest on the circuit. And Henry King, oh no, that's Sebastian Flock running wide there. That has let Damon Stockton straight through. So Stockton now up into 4th. And I think he's pretty much negated that poor start he got behind Craig Hanspatch here.
Certainly has. It was a comfortable move down the inside, and now Craig Anspach definitely wants to try and get through on the GRM car. Thinks about it on the brakes to the next left, but look at that. Braking so early, Todd Parks decides, I'm going to have a look around the outside then at the hurry down section. And that's Bruce Kiley. Right at the end of that, we caught it into the tyres at the hurry downs there. And 4 locked tyre tracks as he went into that section. So we'll have a look. He was fighting it out a little bit with David Kinman and the likes, of course, of Stephen Varga, who's on the recovery. So we'll see whether he's done that all on his own or he's been given a little bit of help. He got caught in the grass, and now he's trying to work out which way do you want to go. Varga's just been on the brakes a little bit too late, and bang, into the wall and into the tyres goes Kiley.
That's a big shame for Bruce. He's having one heck of a battle with those two guys, but it just goes to show with the braking zones being the way they are here. There's the replay. Varga had to take avoiding action there because of the contact between Kiley and the other car. But unfortunately, once you get on the brakes in these things and they lock, it's a bit of a big ask to unlock them. So Varga might have a penalty coming his way.
He certainly might, and that will just put things a little bit more into perspective. Now, side by side, Damon Stockton trying to find the move, and Henry King has actually gone way down the order and gets hip checked and put into the fence. Put into the fence goes Henry King as he tries to get the vehicle, still working its way around as he will have to get through the likes of Anspach and co to try and deal with all of that. But that was what we just saw on the Motorhome Simulator replay then, as he's now down in 10th and what will be 12th, as he had a long way to work out how to get on back and get on through. So we just saw that, and that now means that the likes of Chris Coxhead here is up into 7th position now in this race and trying to move on forward. Skilbeck still leads. It's Thompson in 2nd, but it is Stockton who is now in 3rd after that contact in the 8-9-8 machine. Flock in 4th, Parks in 5th, and Craig Anspach now in 6th place. So there's how easily it can change. A little bit of contact through Bill Mitchell. It's been surprising that it's this year that Bill Mitchell has been the one where we've seen most of the incidents here in Super Split 2.
Yeah, it's not a corner that we've seen many incidents at in past years, but hey, there's a first time for everything. Update on Bruce Kiley, meanwhile. He's made it back to the pits, but not without having a couple of spins and slides on the way, so he is very unhappy with the behavior of his car right now, obviously carrying heavy damage. Hopefully he can get back out there and see it through to the finish, but have a look at this draft train that's happening down the back stretch. Chris Coxhead on the back of Craig Anspach has to go to the outside almost into Canada corner, and oh no, Anspach overshooting just a little bit, running wide on the exit. Unfortunately, it looks like Coxhead isn't going to be able to find a way through Bill Mitchell. Can he switch over and get the over-under done at the final corner though? He's on the outside, in goes Craig Anspach, and now Coxhead, all he needs to do is hook up the throttle, but bit wayward car behavior there from Chris. At least now he has the draft.
He certainly does. Up the hill, he'll be looking to try and attack and make sure that Craig Anspach has nothing doing into turn number 1. He will want to be the aggressor here. Had a really good Belle Isle to try and figure things out. He gets the lunge down the inside, and is he able to slow it up on the apex? You bet he is. He gets a little bit of contact there from the tanked SRT machine, and he just about holds it in place, heading through towards turn 3. And again, very, very close goes one Mr. Anspach, but that is Chris Coxhead up into 6th position after starting at the very, very back, P16 on the grid. He is up 10 places in the opening 6 laps of this race. Next up on his hit list is Todd Parks for a top 5 as Brunt just gets in the mirrors a little bit, trying to run down on the brakes and get on through. Now, pit stop cycle window. We expect drivers to maybe think about splitting this one up 50-50, and that will be with a big idea. That's a big mistake there from Coxhead, who now invites back in Anspach to the outside, trying to figure this one out. He's not going to be able to get on through, and look at how they all start to shuffle up here. Work it out between yourself. Here comes Mez down the inside, trying to pick this one up. Simon Mazzomo moving up a place in the Tech Sense Fit car, now to 8th position with that one on Matthew Brunt. But what we're talking about here, Reese, is the fact that pit stop window, maybe it's lap 9, which most drivers are going to be thinking is going to be probably the right call to dive down into the lane and make a stop on.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, it's a retirement now for Bruce Kiley. We say goodbye to him. But yes, splitting this race 50-50 might be the way to go. Obviously, you can go long, and that might mean you have fresher tyres at the end to defend with, but that's one of the things that the drivers have to weigh up. You know, do they have the consistency to keep pace while looking after their tyres in a long stint? We'll be finding out very soon what these guys decide to do, expecting most drivers to come in the next 3 laps.
Certainly will do. Vincent Skilbeck, though, his lead is down to just 0.7 of a second over the RA2 driver, Sean Thompson, as he looks to go through. Todd Parks, though, looks like he's going to be the first one to make any real concerted decision in the 040 at this moment in time, as he is down on the lane here on lap 7 and really decides to make his run. Shane Evans also down in on the lane. Now, the question is going to become, where is this driver, number 14, Darren McKenzie, going to find himself in all of this? There's been a lot of dramas at the front of the field. He's been away from all of that in 14th place, racing all on his own on the alternative. So we'll have an eye on that as we look at Sean Thompson here, making his progress through turn number 4 and turn 5 even, and up the hill under the Corvette bridge. Sean Thompson definitely has been giving a message to Vincent Skilbeck. That message is, I'm going to stay with you and attack you later on in this race.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, Darren McKenzie has managed to jump both Todd Parks and Shane Evans in the pits. Evans overshooting his pit box on the way in, but now, McKenzie just up ahead of Parks. That shows you how much the undercut is potentially worth. In terms of lane time, McKenzie actually had the shortest lane time of anyone. His pit stop was about 5 seconds faster than Parks and Evans.
Absolutely. McKenzie's pit stop was 5 seconds faster than his own pit stop. He's doing that well at this stage.
Yes.
But McKenzie just able to hold off there the advances of Todd Parks, as this mid-pack battle here stretches all the way back to Stephen Varga in 10th place, and 5th to 10th split by just 2 seconds at this moment in time as they jam on the brakes through Canada Corner. And now we might see the big scramble towards the lane as they've seen the likes of Parks come down in, make that stop. This might just set the domino effect off here in this one and allow everybody the chance to come down in here on lap 7 of this race. In comes Thompson from second. Stockton also, I believe, followed down into lane.
That's a penalty for Stockton.
Flock stays out, and Stockton does get a penalty for the hit on Henry King too. So that's going to mean he's going to have to do an extra stop to try and get himself around, but a lot of drivers now in on the lane.
Indeed, and as we were talking, Stephen Varga has been black flagged for that incident earlier on with Bruce Kiley. So race control right on it, but pit lane is alive as we take a look at Anspatch and Mazomo getting very close quarters. I think Mazomo's going to have a very good draft down the straight here. Opportunity to catch up to Mr. Anspatch. And I'm still monitoring pit lane. The first one out is going to be Sean Thompson.
Well, no surprises there with that decision to try and get themselves out and away and going again. There's a little bit of a wiggle, trying to figure that one out from Mez, trying to deal with things. Simon Mazomo, and he's okay at the moment. But look at this then as they come out side by side through turn 1. Finally, I believe this is the move that Todd Parks wanted here. Darren McKenzie trying to fight this one off on 3-lap older tyres, and he's trying to cut up and under to get back on this one. Chris Coxhead's got the fantastic seat. He'll have the popcorn there on the side going, yeah, you know what, keep going. I'm liking this view right now. Let's see how this movie ends as they will try and find themselves on the brakes and work this one out. The Inside Lanes Productions sponsored car is on the outside lane and finding himself in a whole world of nowhere right now. He lost the place.
Did indeed. It looked like a textbook move there from Todd Parks, just keeping himself there on the inside to prevent McKenzie from turning in. So Mazomo now has to deal with McKenzie if he would like to stay here with Todd Parks. Oh no, I'm sorry, not Mazomo. I'm getting my drivers mixed up again. Chris Coxhead putting the move there on Darren McKenzie, coming down through the hurry down section, and that looked like a nice move as well. Oh, Stephen Varga and David Kinman getting very close together here through the carousel. Difficult corner, this one, because you're stuck behind another car through here and you get a bit of aero wash, a bit of understeer, and you work the tyres very hard. Oh, careful, David. You're not going to attempt to move down the inside into the kink. That is a very fast corner. In comes our race leader, meanwhile. Both of our race leaders, they're all in. And I will report that Matthew Brunt has been given a 15-point penalty by race control for his incident earlier on with Andrew Mogridge.
Well, keep an eye out on Sean Thompson. Remember, he's got 1 lap advantage in terms of his tyres to use as an undercut. Skillbeck will be in the lane and he'll be hoping he can come out ahead. Going to watch this from Thompson's perspective here. Look on the right-hand side for a vehicle exiting the pits. It'll be the last vehicle that you can see. There's the smoke, and Sean Thompson, well, he's gone in a flash because there's no way anybody's getting even remotely close to him in terms of that. Skillbeck with a much longer stop.
Yeah, by about 1.5 seconds was Vincent Skillbeck's pit stop longer. So now that means Mr. Thompson into the lead, and Todd Parks and Chris Coxhead now fighting for podium positions as the other drivers that have come out here. I'll have a look at Coxhead. Great exit out of turn 3, and that looks like a fairly easy move for him. But the drivers like Flock and Mazzomo and Anspatch, they have got fresh tyres now, and they're going to be turning up the wick on the pace. And there is Coxhead confirming that position from Todd Parks.
He started dead last, he's now into 3rd place, and he's looking to try and chase down to Skillbeck and Thompson at the front of this field. We are on lap 9 here of this one as everybody starts to try and find themselves through now. Mackenzie is being a little bit freight trained here. That's David Kidman finding the move and gaining the place just like that in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, and he looks trying to attack Matthew Brunt here and find a way through on the inside. He's not going to get there just yet though at this section, but you've got this long right of the carousel, which is such a difficult piece of road to try and follow any vehicle behind, because this corner goes on for forever and 3 years, and your tyres on the outside will be absolutely burning.
Yeah, and left side tyres in particular as well through this turn, the kink. One of the fastest corners on the circuit. You're putting an awful lot of load through those tyres, and you add that to the 1.5 ton weight of these cars, and, well, the rubber is screaming for mercy. Kinman having a little bit of a look there as I saw evidence of a lock-up just up ahead, but nothing doing for now. Oh, that is pretty brave there from Sebastian Flock as Anspatch goes off the circuit, and he might just overshoot the last turn here, perhaps. No, he's managed to keep it on the circuit. So Sebastian Flock having to wait for an extra couple turns.
Well, he's just dropped 2 places as Mackenzie's actually going to dive in again. So he's going for a 2-stop call. Try and work this one out. Chris Coxhead has just set the fastest lap of the race on the 206.883, trying to chase away and get himself closer to those maybe nearer the front of this field. So that's what Chris Coxhead has on his horizon. Focuses on maybe getting to 2nd, but it is Sean Thompson who leads this one by 3.9 seconds at this stage at the front. There is Kinman again, looking to try and get close enough to move up into 8th place to move past the 134 of Matthew Brunt as he looks to try and close down the gap and maybe give himself the opportunity here to really attack this one on the braking. He gets really, really close, but again, not in a position to really strike, but there's striking, and then there's having a spin, trying to put the power down on the exit. That is the last thing that he was trying to expect, and that is a mistake.
And that is the front bumper smashed in for David Kinman. That's a big shame, but an easy thing to do there. One of the slowest corners on the circuit. You put the power down in these things, and, well, the equal amount of power going through both rear wheels thanks to the locked differential. Once the wheels spin up, there's not much recovering it. So now Kinman under quite a threat here from Andrew Mogridge and Shane Evans, both drivers who are looking to recover.
Both drivers who are definitely hoping that they can move their way forward here, but they are a little bit far back compared to the main efforts of the pack, which are at this stage in time here, Reese, just a full 9 seconds down the road from David Kinman. Shows you how much time he's lost. But keep an eye out on Vincent Skillbeck's times, because he's brought that gap down on this lap alone from 4 seconds all the way to 3.3. So Sean Thompson clearly not having everything his own way right now. He is starting to be reeled in.
Yeah, and I think Skillbeck taking the maximum advantage of those fresh tyres of his now. And we'll see how the times work out in the next few laps. But either way, just about under 3 seconds the gap, and that's another fastest lap there for Vincent Skilbeck. It just keeps getting lower and lower by a tenth every time. Be interesting to see how fast they end up going in race conditions, but I do think Sean Thompson, he might have slightly underfueled the car, so he might have to start fuel saving soon.
You certainly will do. Well, there is good news around this place here, Reese, and that's the fact that you can do quite a bit of fuel saving at this track. It's one of those few tracks you look at on paper and go, big, long straights into heavy braking zones. I have the opportunity to lift off maybe 50, 100, 150 meters if I need to, and just make sure that I'm saving exactly enough that you need. And it's a tall order to save fuel around a track like this, but sometimes it can be pretty nice to just sit back, relax, and have that ability to just bring things down. Middle sector looking really good again here from Skilbeck.
Yes, indeed. It's nice and smooth driving we're seeing from Vincent Skilbeck right now, and he's not pushing the limits too hard. Just knows what kind of car he's got under him, what kind of rubber he's got under him. But yeah, fuel saving, very doable around Road America, and I'm sure that we'll see more than a few instances of that in the Split 1 race, which is a 250-kilometer sprint coming up after this. Of course, we got to sort out qualifying as well, but Skilbeck continuing to bring that gap down. It's 2.8 at the moment, and looks like it'll just keep on falling.
It looks like it at this stage, and now there are going to be concerns about that gap falling and how much time is left on the clock. It's down to 2.3 seconds now here, and Sean Thompson has every reason to be a little bit concerned with how quickly Vincent Skilbeck is jumping up towards the rear of him right now. Coxhead third, it's Todd Parks in fourth, and I do want to focus a little bit as well on Todd Parks in fourth, because he has been struggling to stay with Chris Coxhead to the point where Mazomo now is actually trying to find his way through. Few technical issues for Todd Parks as well, but those battles in the mid-pack are going to be key as, again, Skilbeck looks to try and put a second a lap here almost on Sean Thompson. There is 5 to go when they hit the line, so this is 6 laps to go right now. Every single chance to make that move, and you can see how committed there Vincent Skilbeck was, Reese, because he had a little bit of a slide going through. Look at the train for 4th place and back.
Yeah, this is really cool. And of course, Todd Parks still having those tech issues. He's just disappeared. Is he going to come back? Oh no. That seems like a bit too long of a time that he's gone. Whoa, there we go. Imagine being Simon Mazomo in this situation. You can't push as hard as you'd like, and Craig Anspach is seeing that and smelling blood right on the back of the Fitzstye Holden Commodore.
I mean, if it's getting as egregious as this, and we didn't quite see it with Fortin El Nabi at Oran Park, for example, surely there has to be something said or something done to the stewards. And in fact, Parks is noticing that he's got those sorts of issues, and he pulls out of the way of all 3 of them, I do believe, or at least 2 of them, and making sure that Anspach and Mazomo find themselves the way through. Let's not focus on Todd Parks here, Mr. Cameraman. You're going to see a lot of trees on that view for a very long time, but good recovery response from Sean Thompson at the front of the field. He is certainly doing very well to get himself going. I think Todd Parks has finally bitten the dust, so to speak, with those tech issues, and that will force him out of the race. But for the time being anyway, Anspach versus Mazomo for 4th and 5th place.
Yes, indeed, they are together, and you see Sebastian Flock there popping back into view just behind them. So top 5, top 4 being fought for between these 2 drivers, and laps are constantly running out for opportunities. But if you're Craig Anspach, you don't want to get the move done too soon, because Mazomo will be able to have the draft if nothing happens to him. Another lap then for Vincent Skilbeck, and that lap was a 2:07.99. Compare that to a 2:08.055 from Sean Thompson. Well, the times between them are closer than they were, but Skilbeck's still gaining.
He is still gaining. Here's some side-by-side, though, and that is a position change. Andrew Mogridge then falls behind Shane Evans in the number 17 car. So for Mogridge, he's now got to try and gather that one back up all over again. Now, that 2:08, remember, is having a team's championship fight. Brett Loxton and Chris Coxhead are looking for big points here. They're trying to give themselves as much of a buffer to the likes of Jamie McKnight and Fortin El Nabi, who will be out there scoring big points in this next race. So for Chris Coxhead, being in split 2, that's not going to be giving him much help as we focus again here on Simon Mizdale, who has Craig Anspach for company, and again, just enough to able to hold at this stage.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a wiggle for Mr. Anspach on, excuse me, on the exit of turn 5. And Mizomo really gaining on him through that corner as well. So it seems Anspach is able to stick with Mizomo down the straights, but Simon just wheeling it around this middle sector, keeping himself just far enough ahead that he can keep that position under control.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really nice job at the moment, is Simon Mizomo, just keeping himself then at an arm's reach from Craig Anspach, and that's all that he sometimes needs to do in this sort of situation. Knows that Chris Coxhead is maybe a little bit quicker down the road, and it's going to be a lot tougher to get closer to him than maybe meets the eye. So this could be just consolidation of this 4th place, and the 515 will know that one at this stage, and will try and make sure that he gets himself as far forward as he possibly can. Keep an eye, though, on those times again at the front of the field. It's down to 2.2 seconds. So it certainly has curbed off the gap, so to speak. But I think Vincent Skilbeck here still has that chance. He's got himself only a handful of laps to go as there's one taker down into the lane. But we got ourselves 4 laps to try and work this one out. This is Henry King, who's looking a little bit of a sight for sore eyes right now. A handful of laps down, those handful being 5, so it's a full handful of laps down. But Vincent Skilbeck here, half a second a lap, gets him the job done.
Yes, indeed it does, and considering there's 3 laps to go after this one, he should be right on Thompson by the end if he keeps up this pace, but it's catching up to one car, that's one thing. It seems that the closer you get to a car sometimes, the harder it is to gain that last little bit of time. Sometimes it is diminishing returns, but again, Skilbeck, he looks to have this pretty much under control. Thompson showing a similar level of calmness and control over his race, and I feel like he's confident that he can defend this lead, but with the rate Skilbeck is catching him, it's going to be a tough job.
Absolutely, and it's Vincent Skilbeck's middle sectors which continue to put him in the wheelhouse then as he gains another little bit of time. Bit of correction there on the exit of the hurry down section, and he gets the gap down to just 1.3 seconds now on the road. And this is where you start wondering, maybe, if you're Sean Thompson, okay, this gap is starting to really close on in. This gap is really starting to become a little bit problematic. How are we going to be dealing with this in the long term, trying to hold on to this position? Is he going to have to try and allow maybe Vincent Skilbeck to close up? Or is Sean Thompson here in the Ratu car as he makes a big meal of Canada Corner and brings in Skilbeck to the fight? Is he now going to have to try and hold things up and try and help Chris Coxhead and a whole HJR effort to make sure that Coxhead makes the main event?
Well, that is the question. We don't really know how much fuel Sean Thompson has actually gotten that thing. I still think with the fact that his pit stop time was that much shorter, he might have underfueled the car by just a few litres, but still remains to be seen. Skilbeck, though, well within draft range now, and it seems like this gap is going to get shorter and shorter, just quicker and quicker through turn 1. Thompson keeping it nice and controlled, but it's going to be this next straight where Skilbeck has his best chance, and have a look at how he advances in the braking zone.
Yeah, very, very good run then by Vincent Skilbeck and Sean Thompson in the 092. There's only one number's worth of difference between these two drivers. It's now about figure it out. Does Vincent Skilbeck decide to sit and wait for a better chance, or is he going to be able to get that line and opportunity? Middle of the road driving here by Sean Thompson, and he covers it up nicely here on the brakes. And he's tapped there through the exit then, and Skilbeck now finds out that he's not going to be quick here through the exits of these corners. He's going to slow this one right down, and this is going to be like trying to make an overtake through treacle for Vincent Skilbeck, because he knows that Sean Thompson here is not going to be the quickest car in the corral. He's going to sit and wait with that Mustang, and he is going to be as patient as anybody trying to allow this gap to be closed.
Got very close between Thompson and Skilbeck down there at Hurry Downs. Almost getting forced off the track was Vincent, but goes to show how much of a defensive drive Sean Thompson's putting on here, and it's going to be another opportunity down at Canada Corner if he can stay nice and close through the kink. I do notice that Thompson is, just slightly overshooting a few corners, just slightly going wide on exits, and part of that is allowing Vincent Skilbeck to catch up to him. Early turn in for Canada corner, definitely on the defense and trying his best not to initiate any oversteer again.
And also Chris Coxhead, that gap is down to the leader at 2.9 seconds. Small mistake from Skilbeck through Bill Mitchell. Opens up the gap a little bit, and I doubt we'll see those big moves happening on this lap, but you never know here. Big charge up the hill once again. 2 to go now at the line, and Sean Thompson in the RA2 car will know better than anybody else that he has got to be very, very patient here to make sure that Skilbeck stays behind. He can't be rash with the way that he battles and defends these places. He knows he's got to try and race this one all the way to the end. Even if Chris Coxhead wants to close and get there, he's got to do so at 1.5 seconds a lap. He's got Vincent Skilbeck there for company, who will know that he is waiting for one of two things. Either the opportunity to open up here, Reese, to make the move, or the latter. The fuel ends up on gauge 0.
That's it. He's counting on either of those things, and I reckon Skilbeck is going to keep the fight up until the very last moment. Only 1.5 laps to go for these guys, and just as close as they've always been. Right on the bumper is Skilbeck, and advancing again in the braking zone. You can tell he's very aggressive and very confident in his braking performance, but that's a compromised exit from Thompson, and Skilbeck had one proper look into the right-hand kink, but covered off very nicely by Sean.
Yeah, it was a good effort there, but we know that Skilbeck's quick through this section, and Sean Thompson maybe isn't as such, so that brings the gap down again. It's now 2 seconds between Coxhead and Skilbeck, and now it's got to be even more egregious here if you're going to try and slow down Skilbeck. This is going to have to be a lot of side-by-side and making sure that there is a lot of respect between these drivers if they are going to get Coxhead where they need to. Thompson's driven a great run. Skilbeck has as well. Remember, Chris Coxhead started right at the very back, and any positions that he would gain would be a huge bonus. But now Skilbeck's got to try and line this one up for one last attempt. He'll have a lap and a little bit to work this one out, Reese.
He certainly will. And it was another slightly compromised exit for Thompson on Canada corner. So now white flag is looming in the air for these guys. Can Thompson come away with the win? Can Skilbeck steal it back? Or can Coxhead pull a massive surprise if these two come together? Out onto the start-finish straight, it's not going to be a move into turn 1, but, well, we've got a few turns in between that and the next straight. And Vincent Skilbeck, I think I saw flashing the lights as the white flag flies.
Going to every trick in the book to try and find a way through on Sean Thompson, who probably was there when the book was made at this moment in time. He has a little wiggle coming out of turn 1. Coxhead, I think, is too far back, and there again, the lights flashing from Skilbeck in the 091. He wants to find a way through. The prime place is here, coming down towards turn 5, but Thompson, I think, is comfortable in his measurements right now that maybe he can have a full lap to try and attack. Care if the drivers seek the team, RA2 the sponsorship. But at this stage, on the brakes you go into 5. He looks okay for the time being, trying to slow that down. There's some crabbing sideways to get through.
No.
And both of them having big moments. And Skilbeck now gets the chance to the outside to try and make this one happen. Contact as they go through here at 6. But on the outside, he's going to lean on him, try and open up the door at the corner. But Thompson fighting with everything he's got. And the move finally done by Vincent Skilbeck. He waited for that mistake, and it came along. Now straight while the iron's hot here. Now there's contact. Round they both go. And that all of a sudden will be a redress. And by default, gives Chris Coxhead the lead that he so very desperately wanted. And that will now take a big look at from the stewards, because now there'll be questions of collusion with that sort of hit, on questions of deliberateness or not. But here's Chris Coxhead now making his progress through the king. He wouldn't have mattered too much about it. He knew what he had to do. He knew that he had to try and make places. Skilbeck now has got himself in second. Thompson is all the way down in 4th place, and through will go the likes of Craig Anspach to get himself up the place. And all of a sudden, Chris Coxhead will be smiling the widest out of anyone. He'll be a little bit sheepish about the way that he'll pick up that victory, because one of his teammates at the HJR team there with contact on the final lap. But it will be Chris Coxhead getting a big slide, last to first, and welcome to the main event as he takes the ride up the hill and wins at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
What a great win for Coxhead. And once again, just defining that waiting for your rivals to come together, last to first for Chris Coxhead. That's one of the best drives I've seen in Split 2 all season. Skillbeck finishes on the podium, stays in there in second, and it looks like Simon Mazzomo managing to snatch the final podium spot from Craig Anspatch.
Yeah, he did very well. Sean Thompson has put that one in the wall because he is so frustrated at throwing away that race win. He is beside himself at this moment in time, and he probably knows it better than anybody else. He had that chance to get a Super Split 2 win, and he has bottled it with that sort of performance there. But Chris Coxhead, last to first, will be incredibly happy with the way he is driven, and he just drove the consummate professional race, which is to just stay out of trouble, pick them off one at a time, and it worked out for him here today. Let's get official classified results then up on your screen for how everybody has finished here in Super Split 2. There'll be no doubts on who's going through, as the Family Fun Zone has just one lonely park bench there in that Family Fun Zone. So if you want that family fun, well, you can play with the bench. That's all you've got to deal with right there. But across the line and having that fun, it was Chris Coxhead who picks up the win in the 17 laps worth of action. It took overall 37 minutes and 13 seconds to figure that one out, with Vincent Skillbeck finishing in second position. He looked like he had that one, but ultimately it falls away from him late. Simon Mazzomo picks up third after gaining 9 places, and Craig Anspatch going to fourth position, a drop of 1 place. Same for Sebastian Flock, who finishes in fifth, and Sean Thompson, who will be really kicking himself there at that 6th place finish with that contact on the final lap with Vincent Skillbeck. Matthew Brunt gets 7th with David Kinman 8th. Andrew Mogridge able to pick up 9th position in the end, getting back ahead of Shane Evans for the top 10.
And Race Control were quick on the mark. They've just given Sean Thompson a 25-point penalty for that incident with Skillbeck. Damon Stockton coming home in 11th place, with Darren McKenzie a minute behind in 12th, unfortunately having to go into the pits twice. And then we enter almost retirement territory for Henry King. I think he still managed to get through most of the laps towards the finish, but Todd Parks, Stephen Varga and Bruce Kiley unfortunately not seeing the finish, either due to incidents or to technical issues.
They certainly did, but there is more on the horizon. We'll talk championship picture, we'll talk qualifying, and we'll talk 250Ks of the race that cannot be dropped in Scops. It's Road America's 250, and it's coming up after these messages. You are watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2020 season finale.
rolling on the back straightaway.
Get ready. This is going to be tight.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got rid of the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God.
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your Virtual Racing School SCOPS 2020 season as we get ourselves to the very limit of the racing action that we have and get ourselves into a nice position, I think a lot of people will be saying, as they hope to find the one thing that gives them the smile that they have, and that is a championship push come the end of this one. There's no guarantees when it comes to racing, but when it comes to the final stages of the race, it's all about trying to get themselves as many points as possible. This is a championship which is mightily tight, mightily on a knife edge, but what is crucial over a long season and over 4,800 points for your race leader or championship leader, Madsen down in the Trans-Tasman machine needs to play blackjack today. He's 145 points clear, 21st or higher secures the championship for him, but he knows he cannot drop this round, and you don't score points in this championship if you finish less than 50% of the race distance. So first port of call, Madison Down has to get to halfway. Forza Nabi's in the championship fight, 145 points back for United Sim Sports. Then you've got Andrew Gilliam and James Scott for Pursuit and Logitech G Altus Esports. Those two drivers are on the real fringes, on the outside looking in. They're hoping for retirements today to get themselves the opportunity to jump through. And then you've got that 5th place scrap. Thomas Hinz at the moment is the driver 5th in the championship through being very, very patient and just picking up good result after good result after good result. This is going to be a real confidence booster for those in this championship. And I think every driver knows here, Reese, that this is going to be one where there aren't any guarantees to who's going to pick up what win. And this could be one of the races where on paper you say it's one thing, but in reality you say it's something completely different.
Yes, indeed. There's going to be a lot of permutations to think about during this 250k race coming up. But the basic information that you need to know is if Down wants to win the championship, he has to finish in the top 21 positions. If Forza El Nabi wins this race, Madison Down must finish in the top 21. If he doesn't, it's going to be Forzan's championship by 3 points if Town finishes in 22nd. So at the end of the day, it seems like it's Madison Down's championship to lose here, considering his pace throughout the season. He hasn't finished outside the top 5 in all of the races he's competed in this season. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Forza El Nabi, which it has been for the majority of the second half of this season. But knowing Forzan, he's going to fight to the very end on this one.
And so is Madison Down, and it comes down to the fighting spirit that Madison does try and race with, because as well as you talk about that, maybe, Reese, you do have to talk about the fact that Madison Down, when he knows he needs points, and he knows he needs to continue and race, he will race even if he blows his engine, for example. First round of the season, I believe it was in 2018, he blew his engine up at Road Atlanta and then spent the rest of the race about 30 laps down because he desperately knew he needed every point he could get at the end of the season.
Yeah, exactly right. And I guess Madison Down is the implacable man. He's like the Terminator. He just keeps going and he keeps on coming for you. So they got to watch out if Madison Down has an inkling of finishing this race, because he's going to do everything in his power to get there at the end of it. But there's a lot to think about in terms of strategy. There's a lot to think about in terms of how this race is going to go down. 2 mandatory pit stops, as per usual, in the 250k race format. So the drivers have a bit of breathing room to try and get one up on each other in the pit stops.
They certainly do, as they hope that they get the best chance possible to make things happen. We are in practice at this stage, and every driver will be hoping that they get their best times forward in this practice session to set themselves up quite nicely for qualifying. A lot of drivers up and down the order who are trying to get themselves in, and as well as that, a couple of top split debuts to talk about as well. Both Simon Chadwick and Sean McNamara find themselves in the top split for the first time, and they'll be certainly hoping that they can make good on their starts this season.
Yes, indeed. It's always good to see drivers making their split one debut at the end of the season. Sets them up well for next season if they are electing to go for a full season campaign in 2021. But there's a lot to think about coming into qualifying as well. You know, this track has many long straights, many heavy braking zones. The draft is going to make all the difference. So in this qualifying session, you are likely to see teams working together, trying to give each other a bit of a draft on a fast lap to try and maximize their times.
Absolutely, and it's all about that maximizing of the times that we see here that can really make sure that we get ourselves a lot going on in terms of the qualifying action. We've got 30 minutes of qualifying to go through as well, and those won't be guarantees that we see out there on the circuit. So there is a little bit of time on the horizon to try and work through some of the bugs, but there are also drivers who are looking for points positions up and down the order. There's no Harley Haber today, for example. He actually copped himself a penalties ban until the end of the season, so that's why he's not here. Thomas Hinz, though, in the number 52, would have seen that and gone, yes, finally, I've got one over on a driver that I'm not particularly fond of. Someone who has maybe not had the best side of the bed, made or not, at some points during this season, but P5 in the championship, that's just a testament to how consistent he can finish.
Indeed. Thomas Hinz, I think, has been one of the star competitors of this season outside of the regular race winners. As we just had another look there at Road America from the air, it's quite the circuit with the straights as long as these, but you are right, Harley Haber not here today, and Thomas Hinz will be looking at that thinking, yes, I do have a bit of breathing room to consolidate this championship 5th place, because I remember taking a look at those standings, and it's actually quite close between Hinz and Haber. They're only separated by 11 points. Unfortunately, Haber can't do anything about that now.
He certainly can't, and he'll be looking to attack next season and maybe find a bit more pace and find exactly what he is looking for. But right now, there are a lot of drivers who are starting to find maybe some semblances of help and advantages over the course of their practices and their qualifyings to move themselves up through the order and feel like they have the best runs possible. A lot of drivers will be maybe targeting this alongside the Repco Supercar E-Series and things like that to maybe give themselves a bit more practice, a bit more dialed in. Someone like the 22 of Brady Myers, for example, definitely fits that bill, would want to have a good run here today to make sure that he maybe jumps on forward and can get himself maybe a few better results through the medium of practice. But the final round always has something special to it, and those drivers who are consistent, who do want to run a full season, are there at the end of it. You know, we get to the start of each season, we get 160 drivers wanting to try and qualify. Everybody asking, oh, why don't we do 3 splits here at SCOPS? Well, we get down to this position right now where we're down to 60, and those who truly were committed and truly are committed stay in, have their big race, and have their big fun.
Yes, indeed. You got to always remember that. Sim racing leagues, doesn't matter what kind of level you're at, there's always going to be a drop-off towards the end of the season, and early season interest always high for a championship like this. So, yeah, we do always get people asking, oh, you know, why can't you run more splits? Well, this is why, and it also means that that there'll be more money spent on hosting by race control. So you got to consider that as well. So, coming into this final round, yes, it was a reduced field in Split 2. Yes, we have some extra appearances in Split 1, but it's still going to be a nice, strong finish to the season with what we believe to be a full field in the main game.
Yes, and that full field in the main game that we are finding once again, and drivers looking to try and prove to themselves that they've got opportunity. Someone who could be very much looking for opportunity in the future is number 72, Adam Briggs, who has worked out some reconciliation with the Simrigs.com DPR team. He left the team a little bit earlier on. He's got a deal in place to run the final round of the championship with them, but he could be definitely someone who is on the block, hoping that he gets a new team on the horizon. I know that talking with him a little bit, he was surprised at actually how many people expected him to lead the Simrigs.com DPR team a lot earlier than he was at that point in time, but he'll certainly be thinking about, okay, what team do I go to for 2021? What's my options available? And how happy and comfortable am I going to be when it comes to this car?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think that Adam Briggs coming back to DPR was a good decision, because we've seen how that team has been on the rise this year. And Briggs, one of the faster drivers in the squad, yes, but I think that all up, it's been a very consistent run from DPR, and if they can continue the momentum that they've had this year into next year, well then 2021 I think will be a good year for them.
I certainly would agree with that sentiment, and then it will certainly go and make things happen here, which I think many a person is going to be hoping that they find. And at this stage, you would probably say at this moment here, Reese, that with about 5 minutes left to go here in practice, it's all about the main names. The big four are 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment in practice. It's El Nabi, Gilliam, Down, and Scott at the moment, the top 4. And now you start wondering about drivers maybe who find themselves in different positions. Start going through every single ramification around these places here. Try and work out, okay, what do I need to do? In what scenario do I do X, Y, and Z? We've seen safety cars come up so many times at this track because this is one of the few tracks where you don't have much room there on the exits of places where you do get hits, you do get incidents, and on top of all of that as well, you have grass instead of runoff area for the majority of this place, which certainly means for everybody at this stage that if you do have an incident, you're very likely to be skating a long way forward and then a long way back off of the wall.
Yeah, it's quite the old school circuit here, Road America, and you can see how narrow the space is on the front stretch. Well, you did mention safety cars, Sperry. Speaking of safety cars, we have one of the individuals from Race Control in here with us in the box, Michael Korolev from Oceanic Sim Racing. G'day, Mike. How you going? Okay, I think
He's not going.
Yes, there is very much not going there, but we'll keep an eye out there for Mike. Supposed to come in for a chat. It appears that having some technical issues. No. I am seeing him lighting up in Discord. Michael, do you have us?
Hey, I do. Sorry, gentlemen, I could hear you. You couldn't hear me. You've got me now?
Yes, I do. And yeah, man, this it's been a long season, hasn't it? And a very tough one too.
Guys, I don't know about you guys, but yeah, it has been for us too. With the whole, the worldwide COVID thing and real races changing so much, it's been a difficult time. And Jay I'm sure Jay can attest. Some of the tear your hair out moments of, oh my God, where are we going to put this race now, or where do we put it, or what do we do? So yeah, it's been a tough, long season. It's been a good one though, an interesting one. And it's I'm sure tonight's going to be a fantastic race, just like the rest of them have been as well.
What are you thinking about for the likelihood of safety cars at this final round? The safety cars made an awful lot of appearances this season, and myself and Sperry were just talking about how it is quite a threat here, thanks to the nature of the circuit.
Yeah, look, it's quite possible. But it is one of those circuits too where there are some very long runoff areas, and that's going to be one of the key things. Is if the track is blocked, or there's a tight area, or a massive accident, or a rollover, then yeah, you're certainly going to see a safety car. But you've got lots of runoff and turn 1s and 2s and 3 and so forth. So if there's a car that's a long way off the track, then it's going to be in a safe position, and in that circumstance, there's no need for a safety car. So it's one of those 50-50s, isn't it? It's not a Bathurst where if you hit the wall and the car stops, there's always going to be a safety car, as it were. But it has those moments where, with such high speeds and the stop-start nature of the circuit, that you can certainly you can see some big accidents and cars end up on their roofs, and of course that's always going to trigger them.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess looking forward to next year, obviously we've got Too Easy Finance coming back on board as a major sponsor, which is excellent for V8SCOPS. And you guys are already working out the calendar for next season as well.
Well, yeah, we've got a provisional calendar that we've got slots for now that we're starting to be able to fill those in. We had to, obviously with season 1, and that's probably where we should start. Our thank yous is to Mark Samuel, who does a wonderful job setting up the calendars for the community in general, but he is always helping us work out so that SCOPS aligns with the official series, and that's just been one of the most fantastic things that we've had happen for us in the SCOPS management team overall. It's been very, very, very helpful. But yes, we are looking forward to putting together the season and making it work a little smoother than it did this year. Possibility of new tracks coming with new releases. There's always, things like perhaps Hockenheim and Long Beach as options, it's going to be. We should say thank you first of all to our sponsor Jamie McKnight through Too Easy Finance, and Jamie will be in a little bit later on with a nice little announcement for next season, which is absolutely wonderful. So I thought I'll just I'll quickly run through this before qualifying kicks off and say thank you first of all for you guys for the work that you put in this year. SimSpeed, the commentary team, Sperry, and especially the work that you do, Reese. You're wonderful videos. We love that. Thanks to the rest of the OSR boys on behalf of Simon Black and myself, to Henry, to Nick, to Brett, to the other guys that have dropped in and helped in split 1, split 2, and all in the background work. Thanks to the drivers who've turned up and had a fantastic racing season. It's been a different season with different winners, different names. And we'd like to thank you all and hope that this race is as good as the previous 14 and that you guys have a great call.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I guess now it's time to disappear back into the race control building because qualifying is now underway. Thank you very much for joining us, Michael Korolev from Oceanic Sim Racing, one of the administrators of V8SCOPS. So, Sperry, now the surge towards and out of the pits has already begun. The first driver out on track, Forzan El Nabi, he's looking to get his times in early.
No shocks there. Forzan knows he's got to set the marker. He's got to be comfortable with the way that he's driving, and he knows that better than anybody else, he has got to put the pressure on right now. He knows he cannot really afford anything less than a race win here today, and the best place to put yourself psychologically, you would say, Reese, is maybe at the front of this field. And would you maybe argue at this stage here for Forzan El Nabi that after a couple of rounds where he did drop points, he'll look back on this season, if it doesn't go the way that he wanted to, he'll look at maybe what happened at Oran Park with the technical issues. He'll maybe look at a couple tracks where maybe he had a chance of the race victory and it didn't quite happen, especially when it came to, say, the likes of the Enduros at Phillip Island, where Harley Haber's contact with Madison Down really was highlighted in the early stages. Are those sorts of things the ones that are maybe coming back here to Forzan?
Yeah, I would think so, because, you know, you look at a full season like this and you can always find the little things that made the difference later on. But Forzan El Nabi is a mature and professional driver, and he certainly has a lot of experience racing in high-stakes environments like this, so he'll be able to take that with him into next season, maybe for another charge, if he somehow misses out tonight.
Well, it's all about stakes. Let's go on board then for a flying lap with Forzan El Nabi up the hill under the NTT bridge. And now the charge here to the start-finish line. Turn 1 is going to be a very entertaining corner. This is going to be a place where you see overtakes happen. We saw it in Super Split 2. Through turn 1, use the cone markers on the outside, and he's taking a lot of curb on that inside so he can maximise exit on the outside. Small kick right of 2. Does alter the braking zone slightly. Into turn 3, you take that big wide line in, and you, again, try and put the power down as early as you can, get as square as possible, and now you've got this moraine sweep where you're trying to take the path of least resistance here. No DRS in these cars as they go on through, but you can see he's moving over to the the right-hand side of circuit here, trying to go on through. Fastest laps that you see right now are not going to be representative as he goes through the left-hander of 5, and then up the hill. You can use all of that runoff there on the exit, but now into 6, this is where you get to the tight and technical section of the circuit.
Yes, indeed. The right-hand kink of turn 7. Just lifting off, tapping the brakes, get on the throttle nice and early to keep the car rotated and use all the curb on the outside, then through the hurry downs, back down into second gear. Use as much of the curb as you can on the inside, but the car can get unsettled there, so you got to be careful. Then the carousel. Some drivers like to go wide in the middle of this turn and make it a double apex, help with the exit, but Forzan El Nabi staying on the racing line where the rubber has been deposited, and it's a nice smooth exit. Then the kink. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is the scariest corner on the track. Look at how little room there is on the outside on exit. That's because there's a railway track that runs alongside the circuit at that point. Now it's down to Canada corner. Slight technical issue for Forzan El Nabi, but he goes nice and hard into Canada corner, a bit faster than you think it is, and use all of that curbing on the exit. You can go right beyond the track limits. Bill Mitchell bend, use some of the tarmac on the exit to widen your line, and then switch over to the left, keep it nice and late on turn in for the final corner, and nail the power. That is a nice smooth line there from Forzan El Nabi. Let's see what the time is.
We certainly will. Over the line, he will make this charge as he looks to try and put himself up at the top of the board. And there it will be, a 2:07.050 as the benchmark to beat then in this qualifying session. There's the championship leader, red banner, you can tell by that, but it's a 6.5 from Madison down. He puts a full half a second down on the board. He's got Jake Maloney for help on that qualifying lap, so that certainly did help. Corey Shepherd into second position. Scott is third, Gilliam fourth, and Elnabi only fifth at the moment. Here as those first laps come in on the board. Everybody, though, searching to try and find those times and just improve a little bit and work things out. But a lot of drivers actually diving in after that opening lap and saying it's not working. Why? Track temperature here today, Reese. It's 45 degrees, and that means that it's going to be tough to get big laps in on the board.
Yeah, it's going to get more and more difficult as the session goes on, in fact, with the amount of... Whoa, there at the top of the screen, that looked like, I think it might have been Kurt Stenberg or one of the TTR cars having a very adventurous entry into pit lane. But no, this circuit... Got to make sure that that everything goes properly in the qualifying session, and it was a great run there from Madison down to start things off, but Elnabi with plenty of work to do. And with the track temperature being the way it is, you want to take care on your outlap. You need to preserve the tyre's optimum rubber and operating range, because you push too hard on a hot track like this and the tyres just burn up.
Absolutely, they do. Here's Josh Morris in the Team Hyperdrive car making his progress towards the start-finish line. He's going to be hoping he can jump up a couple places. He's got Glenn Morris along with him today. It's part of the team, so the two Morrises will be looking to try and go through. A 2:07.9 is 1.4 seconds adrift at this stage, but a good time nevertheless from him. Here's Wayne Burke. Morris goes to 18th place, but Wayne Burke over the line, he also does 2:07.5, and that puts him actually into 11th place, just ahead of Christian Smart in the 999 Synergy car. Michael Taliancic diving down onto the lane. He's going to get some tyres and get himself going again. There was a nice chrome car that we saw going through, and everybody who's trying to get those laps in, well, they've decided to dive down on the lane and make things happen. Big surprise through the opening, I would say, cycle through, and we're going to see probably about 3 of these cycles over the course of qualifying, maybe 4, is that you got Corey Shepherd up there in second position, having a good run. Now, here's Sean McNamara trying to make this challenge in the 9.5 Sim Sport car, the 094, through the final corner, looking to attack this run off the exit. Is he going to be comfortable enough with this lap? No, he's also going to be diving down into the pits. So, for the time being, Corey Shepherd up in second. One of these drivers doesn't quite look like the other up top.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Corey Shepherd's been knocking on the door for the majority of the second half of this season. Saw him put on some pretty good performances at Belle Isle, for example. But in that Premier Racing Team car, he's obviously feeling quite comfortable, only 2/10 behind the championship leader currently in provisional pole. So I guess now the ball is in the court of drivers like Scott, Gilliam, Elnabi, Dyson, etc. They need to find a few tenths.
Certainly do. There's a car pulled off to the side, and that is Andrew Fraser in the Trans-Tasman Racing Machine. So he'll need to get himself the go-ahead then as quickly as possible to get himself out of the way. That car is parked kind of close then to the racing surface, but it's causing no foul there on the inside. But he definitely cannot escape to the pits. He must reach it. Jordan Ross is out there at the moment. Now, here's something interesting. There's Kurt Stenberg, and there is Madison Down. Now, if you were trying to play and be a betting man in this situation, if you had cars in this race, what would you do here, Reese? Because what I would do if I was, say, someone like Forza Elnabi had a teammate here in this one, or maybe I was someone at Pursuit, is I would put someone right in the middle of Madison Down and the Trans-Tasman car behind, just so that you break up that train a little bit.
Yeah, that is what you would do, but it takes a lot of coordination to pull off. You have to be watching your rivals like a hawk in order to get your car out at that time. Oh no, that's a problem for Josh Morris in the Team Hyperdrive car. That's down on the approach to Canada Corner, so he's going to have to request a tow from race control as well. And for the one final time this season, if you are new to V8SCOPS, we'll remind you of the existence of the no escape rule. Trying to make it as realistic as possible. If you're damaged in qualifying or you spin off somehow and you can't make it back to the pits, you have to request a tow from race control, and then you can take no further part in the session.
Absolutely, and that really does make things a little bit difficult try and find all the results on table, but top 10 here as we are 1/3 of the way through. Madison Down currently on pole position, then it's Corey Shepherd second, James Scott third, Andrew Gilliam fourth, and Forsen El Nabi only fifth. Then it's Dyson and Briggs, the DPR car, 6th and 7th, with Brett Loxton in 8th. Philip Worley is in 9th, and Ethan Warren is rounding out the top 10 as things stand at the moment. Someone who doesn't have a time on board is Brady Myers at this moment in time. We've got a handful of drivers who haven't got times yet. We've got Bailey Frid, Brady Myers, Daniel Mizdale, Glenn Postlethwaite, and Kobe Jones without a time on the board. So those drivers are going to be hoping that they can maybe climb up the order, put their first real times in on the board, and maybe find exactly what they need right now as we focus through Myers going through the very, very tough carousel.
Yeah, and then down to the kink once more, just touching the curb to widen the entry. Very smooth inputs on the wheel. Myers seems pretty confident in that Altus Esports number 22. How's he going to go down at Canada Corner meanwhile? Myers is one of the drivers who's been constantly on the verge of success in this series. First made headlines when he was poached by TTL Esports and became one of their star drivers. And then when TTL folded, he went to Altus Esports, and he's put himself in some really nice positions this season. He's missed out on some great results, sure, and not quite gotten the results he would have wanted, but let's see how this lap works out for him, see if he can make good on it in the final round. It's a 206.983 for him. That is a top 5. Not a bad opening run.
Not bad at all. It does bump Forsen El Nabi down another position then, as there is Jake Maloney, 36th at this point in time with a non-representative lap at this stage. There is Taliancic making the way over the line in the 777 Pursuit car. He does himself a 207.8. That's going to be a little bit down the order, 20th position for him with that time. So work to do to try and move himself up forward. There's Craig Jones in the Chroma Conclave car, I'll call it now. Over the line, 207.9. That's good enough for 22nd position then over that one. But now you started to see maybe a few of those drivers finding ways up the order. Kurt Stenberg up to 7th. Where has that been all season for him?
Well, I think for the majority of the season, he hasn't had a draft from Madison Down, because that's what he had on that lap. Down, of course, helping out his Trans-Tasman teammate on that run. So that is just about Kurt Stenberg's best qualifying of the season. As we see Christian Smart set a 208.1, unfortunately no improvement for him. And another driver we will have to look out for as he is coming towards the end of his lap is Kobe Jones. He's another driver that has not set a time yet. Jamie McKnight, who we were just talking to before, setting his first lap, and that was our overlays not playing ball for a second, but a 208.898 for him. He does need to find a bit more time than that.
I was going to say time traveller if he was able to go that quick around this circuit. But here is Kobe Jones in the Jinx Shifters a car at this stage here, part of the HJR initiative at this stage. And he'll be certainly hoping that he's got himself everything that he wants right now out of a time. He's got his teammate Ben Christensen at ANZ in 19th position at this stage. And Brett Loxton is their top driver at the moment in 10th on track. So they've got a lot of experience there to try and work with as we just move away at the wrong time. There's Simon Chadwick, though, in the 9.5 Sim Sport car, the second of the 9.5 cars, as he will definitely be trying to move up ahead of 29th position on the grid right now. But you are starting to see all of these positions form. Look at all of that bank, 13th, 14th, 15th, all of them synergy cars at the moment, and they all want to try and pepper away into the top 10, which looks like it's going to be very competitive today.
Yes, indeed, and there goes Simon Chadwick into the pits. Unfortunately, Kobe Jones was unable to set a representative time. He had an off-track somewhere along that lap, but Synergy, yes, knocking on the door of the top 10. If they can coordinate a bit of a draft train, they should be able to advance forward a little further. Bradley Vaughan, meanwhile, for Pursuit Sim Racing, down in 30th position. He will want to find a 10th or two to break himself into the top 20. He's actually going to need 3/10. So let's see if he's got the time he needs. No. Back into the pits once more.
Back into the pits. Of course, we talk about here the iRacing dynamic track, which doesn't make life incredibly easy for these drivers. Forzan going on to start a flyer then as he looks to get towards turn number 1. Now, this is going to be one of the keys, that iRacing dynamic track, because you're going to see this track rubber up the longer that this session goes on. You've got 41 vehicles on this circuit trying to all set representative lap times. It does get very, very difficult here, Reese, to try and work things out. You've probably got a nice sweet spot in the opening 15 minutes, the opening 10 minutes to make things happen. Then that track gets slippery as more and more rubber gets put down, and then you start to see those times just ever so slightly fall away with the fluctuation.
Yeah, got to take into account the sun hitting the circuit as well, heating up the rubber on the racing line. So it's going to be difficult for drivers like Kobe Jones here to set a competitive time in their first run. He's left it quite late in the session, past the halfway point, to set that time. But up the hill he comes. Let's see where he puts himself. The number 2 crossing the line, and it is going to be a 2:07.805, and that puts him into 20th.
Certainly does, and he had a little bit of opposite lock there through the final corner, so he's got time to find, and it is out there, and he'll be certainly hoping that he can move himself up the order. Daniel Mizdale is another driver who is yet to put one on the board in the Simrigs.com DPR 073 car right now. He'll be on the brakes into Canada corner. Such a tough braking zone, because it's another one of those corners where there's no margin for error. And the amount of times that I've locked up in this sort of vehicle and gone straight on down the road is beyond beggar's belief.
Yeah, these cars are not easy to drive. They take an awful lot of effort to wheel around any kind of circuit, let alone a circuit like Road America, where throttle application and speed through the turns is so incredibly important to maintain momentum onto the straights. Mizdale crosses the line, and it's a 2:08.284. He would have been hoping for a bit better from that. It's only 35th.
It is, but he does gain a couple of places. He's up past McKnight and Jordan Ross and Jake Maloney, who aren't necessarily on the best times in the world at this moment here, but we're now into that stage where every single 10th really does matter. And of course, as well, in iRacing, you sometimes have to be a little bit of meteorologist from time to time, because you're looking at the clouds going, are you going to be a little bit cloudy at a certain part of the track where I can find maybe a half a tenth to a tenth to improve? Here's James Scott making progress to the line. What does he do? 2:06.745. So he does improve, but not in position. He moves 9 thousandths now behind Corey Shepherd in second place. So close, but need a little bit more than that. You're going to be finding yourself on the front row, and that's probably where James Scott needs to be today. He knows that both himself and Andrew Gilliam, beyond hope, need to win this race if they want anything to go their way.
Yeah, absolutely, but even then, it's going to be tough. Jordan Ross going to start a lap here. See how he goes. Of course, 2:21.5 is his current fastest time, which is actually an outlap time. So coming through then into turn 3, it's going to be important here for Ross to get up into the midfield and potentially into the top 10 where we know him to be. But once again, the weather is making things a little bit more difficult for the drivers out there.
Absolutely, and this is where we're now starting to see all these drivers find some times. Kenneth Latter inside the top 20 right now. Sean McNamara, the gatekeeper to the top 20 at this stage. And there is Glenn Morris trying to make some progress. He's on an outlap and now going on to a flying lap here. One of the 2 Morrises that are here today at Team Hyperdrive. Now here's Adam Briggs as he does a 2:07.2. He remains in 9th place at the moment. He's just behind Andrew Dyson in the 41, his teammate, so to speak, who is in 8th place right now. But there is a lot of time to find on the horizon. And of course, you have to remember, it gets very, very dicey in the mid-pack in towards the opening couple of corners. There has been a tendency for issues to crop up in the early stages as Talyancic, 2:07.745. That's good enough to move up to 2 ducks 22nd.
Good stuff from him. Andrew Gilliam brings it into the pits, and we're seeing more drivers abandoning their current runs, but McNamara committing and going across the line to start his lap. I heard an exclamation from you, Sperry.
I did. It was a 4-minute lap he was on at that point, and I thought, oh, that's definitely not competitive. as he's trying to get through. Now, a lot of drivers here will be gearing up for their penultimate runs. If they don't feel that they're comfortable in terms of getting enough fuel in the car or getting enough out of the car, they'll go in, they'll get one run, and then they've got one more opportunity afterwards. Bradley Vaughan, a 208 flat for him in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, goes 30th. Then on the board right now, and it is a very, very close board. The top 20 split by 1.1 seconds at the moment. The 207.8 from Jordan Ross, only good enough for 25th, and that will be a little bit concerning with some of his teammates up there challenging in and around the top 10. So that's going to be something worth keeping an eye out on the horizon. But of course, as well, it's worth talking about with 10 minutes to go. Once you start your lap here, you are allowed to finish it. Bailey Fred with a 14-minute, 32-second lap time.
Yes, that is quite the time there from Bailey Frid, but he's going to be getting his first proper time on the board on this lap, hopefully. What about Brian Borg? He's right on the edge of the top 20 now, just been demoted to 21st, but with a 207.536, he gains all of that back and then some, up into 14th for the Bri Borg. So an excellent run from him in these, what are now the dying moments of the session.
And I'll tell you who it has jumped up into 13th place. It's Chris Coxhead, our Super Split 2 winner. So he's had a really good qualifying. He's finally got the grip of the car. He got from last to first in Super Split 2 with a little bit of controversy to get in here. And he's proving that he is not going to take second chances. He needs big points today for the team's championship for Zuva.
He does indeed. And it's going to be all about that finishing position in the second race. And of course, the team that they are fighting with is United, which is the team unit of Forzan El Nabi and Jamie McKnight. So Forzan El Nabi up towards the front of the field. Meanwhile, Jamie McKnight unable to get a time on the board better than 35th place. So Chris Cox said right there, splitting them. That is the best position, I think, for him to be in at the moment.
Well, he knows what he needs to do here. As Chris Cox said, he's in a nice position, and Forzan El Nabi's not going to find any improvements on this lap. He will dive down for the lane, and he will get another go around on a fresh set of tyres to go out there and attack Damien Johnstone, going on to start a representative flying lap, as is Daniel Mizdale. You get these cycles here in qualifying where you get drivers coming in and out of the pits and looking for good laps, and some maybe not so much in the best position. Rob Bowden currently 31st in the tanked SRT machine right now, and he'll certainly be feeling like he's got opportunities. Here's Philip Worley on a lap though, and he puts a 207 flat down on the board. That jumps him up into 8th place and now leading DPR car.
Yeah, and 3 of them inside the top 10 to boot as McKnight brings it into the pits. Great performance from DPR once more as we see that's Brian Borg, I believe, bringing it into the pits. Madison Down is giving his teammate another draft. He obviously thinks that his pole position isn't under much threat at the moment, but I reckon you can expect Down to go out for another time himself in the dying minutes. It looks like Altus Esports are playing the team game as well. Brady Myers and James Scott there running line astern, but Myers' exit from turn 1 compromised massively there.
Absolutely, and he'll have to be cautious about this. Now, here's Wayne Burke on a good lap for the team right now. He's going to try and make this push over to the line. What time is it going to be for him? It's a 207.4. He did recently just join Synergy back up again, so in the One Performance colours, I do believe it needs a little bit of an update, but he does move to 14th place, and he has done so quite nicely. Now, Kenneth Latter in 90th. Here's someone that should be on the radar of quite a few teams, because he is starting to find a really good run of pace right now, is Kenny, and he is bringing up that Exto Game Motorsports team when they don't have the likes of Corey Preston, they don't have the likes of Brad Rattu out there racing at this stage, and he has really been the driving force keeping this team relevant here in Scops.
Yeah, for much of a time, he's been one of the only Exto Gaming cars out there. Jacob Knight, obviously, has made many appearances this season. Hello, indeed. That's Glenn Morris getting into the tyre barriers there behind him. Team Hyperdrive not having the most fun of times out there today, but Kenneth Latter flying the flag for Exto Gaming, and you know, he's shown these great flashes of potential. He's not quite been able to break into the very top of the field, but he, Sean Linsell, Jacob Knight, They've all been out there making sure that their team is well represented, and Linsell there only at one position behind his teammate in Latter. They're actually quite close, only 0.004 of a second separating them.
Oh, and I've just seen Kobe Jones jump up into 11th place to be the leading ANZ car out there, or the leading HJR car, I should say, out on track. So he's found a really nice time. He's 0.004 clear of Brett Loxton now, so he's definitely got a lot of what he wants out there on the board, and this is going to be where we start seeing things. James Scott jumps up to 2nd place. He's only now 1/10 behind what he needs on Madison Down. Here's Christian Smart. That's not a representative lap time that we have right with the graphics, but at this stage, you're really starting to see it here from these drivers as they try and go on through. Christian Smart, 22nd position then at this stage, but every driver's got to find that time. James Scott has been the closest. He puts himself on the front row for the time being as they look to try and make that progress to the line and find the final stages of improvement into the final 5 minutes.
Indeed, Brian Borg sets a lap, and one of the DPR cars jumping on into the pits. I believe that might be Philip Worley there.
It is not.
It is not. Okay. Don't listen to me.
Okay. And it's Neil Pearson, though, that we get confirmation of then. So he's certainly looking for a good run. Now, 1 year ago, as we look at James Scott there in 2nd position, 1 year ago was the debut that we had in these new models of vehicles here, Reese. And what was key was who was on pole position then and where they are now. And that was Ethan Warren who took the pole position. Where is he now? Well, he's probably the unluckiest place of anyone here. He's 13th.
Yes, indeed. Recently becoming
Briggsy.
Whoa, hang on a minute. Briggsy to 4th indeed. That is an excellent time for him. 2:06.8, only a 10th behind Corey Shepherd. That's the closest DPR's been to the front all season, I think.
It certainly has, and Adam Briggs onto the 2nd row. This is really putting the cat amongst the pigeons. El Nabi is all the way down here in 7th position with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. He's got to find something right now if he is to move himself up through the order and really give a concerted challenge to Madison Down. He's going to make that drive up the hill, look to try and find that time. It's a 6.5 that he needs to be targeting here to try and beat 4, 5, 6. And he goes over the line for a 6.965, and really, he does improve, but he doesn't find any places, and that is massive on that lap, because at the moment, Fortune Nabi's on the 4th row of the grid, and he's staring down Kurt Stenberg, which is Madison Down's teammate.
Yeah, not the greatest position for El Nabi to be in at all. Gilliam comes across the line, meanwhile, to set a mid-2:07. That's not going to be an improvement for him. And Ethan Warren, who we just touched on before, has also improved. He's now in 12th place, just got pit back from 11th, as Cameron Dance sets a lap time in the TechSense Fitstein Motorsport machine. Meanwhile, Thomas Hins, 5th place in the championship and currently sitting in 19th. He's on a 2:07.575 for his fastest time, but we can expect an improvement from him towards the end of this session, hopefully.
Well, we're into the final 2 minutes here, so those who are looking for times, they've got to be out on track now, getting themselves into position. This is Chris Coxhead making a push over to the line. Let's see what time he can put on the board. It's a 2:07.7 for him, so no improvements then on that lap, and he was pulling along Ben Christensen on a 2:07.6, who only manages the outside of the 12th row of the grid, 24th place. So into the pits, no more improvements for Adam Briggs then in 4th position. Here's McNamara trying to find something, and he'll have probably one more to go along with that. Pearson on an out lap too. So a lot of these drivers are going to be on those final flying laps right now here, Reese, and this is where you start putting the down payment, so to speak, and saying, this is what I have to offer.
Yeah, and you've only got one chance to do it at the end of the session. Once the clock hits 0, that's it. You finish your lap, and it is what it is. Bradley Vaughan, unfortunately, abandoning that run. We're not going to be seeing him again towards the end of this session. What about Glenn Morris down in 34th and suffering from a spin just a little bit earlier? He is going to cross the line, and El Nabi, that's the last we're seeing of him in this session.
That's going to hurt. Here's Rob Bowden making a push over to the line. What's it going to be? It's a 2:08.1 as he crosses and looks to try and find some times. He's 33rd at this stage on the board with just 45 seconds remaining here in qualifying. How many drivers are going to be there working things out? There's Jake Maloney. He will start 39th. He will try a last up forward challenge and try and make that work for him at this stage, and hopefully he does well. There's Andrew Gilliam over the line, remains though in P5, and that will not be ideal for the 201, but he is in the mix, and that's going to be the key. He is in the mix for this one. Taliancic over the line to start his flyers, and a lot of drivers here will be pushing, one of whom is Corey Shepherd. He's on the back of Brady Myers and James Scott. Philip Worley jumps up ahead of Kurt Stenberg now into 8th place with that lap time. So he now puts himself inside the top 10, and the timer here is about to expire, Reese.
It is indeed 0 on the timer. Jake Maloney had just come out of the pits, but he's not going to be able to do anything about that. Coming into the pits also, a bunch of Mustangs and Commodores, among them Chris Coxhead and Brett Loxton there. That's going to be the end of that for Mr. Coxhead, but we're waiting to see which drivers commit to their final laps.
Well, here's one. It's Wayne Burke trying to make the push over the line. Has he got exactly what he needs to find a little bit more? He's 15th at the moment, and he puts a 7-1 on the board. What a time. He jumps 3 places. He's up now into 12th place, tied the time with Brett Loxton over the line. How close is it from 10th to 12th? It's split by just 0.02 of a second. So good time from Wayne Burke over the line as he works it out. But we wait other drivers here making that push. Jamie McKnight down in 37th place. He's hoping that he can find himself a jump up the order if that's possible. And we've got to focus on those drivers who have been in the middle, so to speak, trying to find those improvements of times. The likes of the Shepherds here, who are going through the kettle bottom section right now. McKnight through the final corner, and I think he's diving down. No, he was trying to grab a little bit of draft late, try and get his run over the line. He's, remember, fighting for that team's championship for United at this stage, and over the line he goes and remains, it seems, in the 37th position on an 8-2 over the line. But you got to look back. Here's Andrew Gilliam. He gave it one more red-hot go. There's nothing there for him. It's an 8-6. It will not matter much. In comes one of the Exto cars. But here's the train of 3 to focus on James Scott, hoping to drag Brady Myers along with him up towards the top. What's the times looking like here as they cross? It's a 6-7 from Brady Myers. He jumps up. Scott found improvement. And Corey Shepherd on the back of all of them got so close to Madison Down. Just 0.03 of a second. He takes the front row away from Altus Esports late on in the session. Kenneth Latter won't find improvement on his lap. And I believe those are the last of the drivers then over the line. So let's go to the starting grid procedures here and work out who goes where to make sure that this one happens. And this is a very, very key qualifying here. He needed everything that he needs. He's got 21 places to play with. He puts himself at position number 1 up top. It is Madison Down who has pole position then here today on a 206.521, and he will have the 718 of Corey Shepherd, his career best in qualifying. He starts this one in 2nd position. James Scott and Brady Myers, it's an all Altus Esports 2nd row of the grid, and they can be quite happy about that too to the party, with Adam Briggs for simrigs.com DPR starting in 5th place, and Andrew Gilliam there in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, outside shot of the championship today. He starts from position number 6. Forzen El Nabi, he's got the most legitimate shot of challenging Madison Down, but he has to do the hard work here today from 7th place. Philip Worley in 8th for the simrigs.com DPR, the 2nd of their cars. Kurt Stenberg, the 2nd Trans-Tasman car, in 9th, and the 3rd simrigs.com DPR car, Andrew Dyson, rounds out the top 10.
The top Zuva car in this session, Brett Loxton in the 209, starting from 11th alongside Wayne Burke. Excellent performance from him to put it in 12th. Ethan Warren back into lucky 13th for the start alongside Kobe Jones. The Bryborg starts alongside Chris Coxhead on the 8th row, and Jordan Ross and Thomas Hinz share row 9. Hinsey will have to advance forward to help him consolidate that 5th place in the championship. The top 20, meanwhile, rounded out by Neil Pearson and Damian Johnstone.
We move on then to position 21, which is the last position that one Mr. Madison Down can have. That's held by Kenneth Latter, Sean Linsell alongside him, and all Exto Gaming Motorsports 11th row of the grid. Christian Smart starts 23rd with Ben Christensen in 24th position with Tyler Blackburn and Sean McNamara in row 13. Craig Jones, the privateer, starts 27th with Michael Taliancic, team boss there of Pursuit, in 28th position. Simon Chadwick gets Josh Morris alongside, who blew his engine up in qualifying.
Indeed, that's the top 30 rounded out. 31st is going to be Bradley Vaughan for Pursuit in the number 100. Cameron Dance, his teammate Simon Mazzomo raced in split 2, but Dance will start from 32nd in split 1. Rob Bowden and Bailey Fred make it row 17, with Glenn Morris and Daniel Mizdale just behind them. Jamie McKnight and Andrew Fraser, 37th and 38th. Unfortunately, Andrew Fraser having to come to a stop out on circuit. Jake Maloney and Glenn Postlethwaite rounding out the 40.
They certainly are the 40 cars that we have available on grid here today. They've got themselves time to be gridding up, and they know better than anybody else that their opportunity is going to be down to who can be the most aggressive and who can maybe harass Madison down. There's a few drivers up there who aren't fighting for championships but are racing this one for pride. There's the track temperature. It's 42 degrees on track. In sim time, it's just a little bit after 20 past 2. It's 25 past 2 in the afternoon. So this track is just going to start gently cooling as this race reaches its climax. And at this stage, 250 kilometers, 155 miles. It's 39 laps of racing action here today around this place. And one thing is for sure, it's a two-stop strategy race. You've got to have those two stops in. It is mandatory, and there you can see the championship leader on pole position, but starting on the dirty side of the track. So it'll be an easier start, some would say, for the likes of Corey Shepherd, who will want to get the go and the jump on the VRS coach that is Madison Down, who is searching for his second Scops crown of his career. He's a 10-time official series champion. Is Madison Down, stretching all the way back to 2011, and he is someone who definitely puts in the hard yards to get himself to exactly where he needs to. And the best bit is that he's got at least another 20 years in the back pocket here, does Madison Down, to say, you know what, I can be challenging here in arguably the greatest generation that sim racing has had to offer. Let's get ourselves ready then. It's 39 laps of action. Barney's on the flag. Get ready, Scott, because your title decider, it starts right now. And let's get ourselves underway for racing action. Good start from Gilliam from the third row. He looks like he's going to get a jump. And already Ben Christensen there in the grass in the middle as they go through. There's the simrigs.com DPR cars. They funnel through to turn 1. Are we clean through on the inside? It was a poor start for Corey Shepherd. He's already been shuffled down into 5th place off the get-go. But crucially, they have all got themselves through turn 1 quite nicely. To turn 3 they go, and now it's the Altus charge that will need to get to Madison quickly as they get going.
Absolutely. Great start from these guys at the front of the field. It was an awesome start from Brady Myers, but stays behind James Scott. They now run 2nd and 3rd, and they are bump drafting down the straight. We look at Corey Shepherd racing just behind Andrew Gilliam, trying to find a space on the outside coming into turn 5, and this is the major choke point. 3 wide between the DPRs and Kurt Stenberg. Trying to sneak up the inside there is Wayne Burke. Let's see how this one works out. They got Ethan Warren behind them. Oh, there we go. Touching there, and that is Stenberg forced out wide, and it looks like that might have been Brett Loxton involved in that as well.
It is, and that allows Kobe Jones around the outside to pick that position up. So aggressive off of the start. A lot of drivers have been here this stage. Someone there getting a lot of grass then as they go through, and some side-by-sides. The Exo Gaming cars make a sandwich there with one of the Synergy machines there. That's Damien Johnstone there in the mix. But ultimately at the moment here, it's about the front of the field, and Madison Down got the clean start that he was hoping for lap 1 of 39, and no drums in the background either as they go on through. There's Chris Coxhead at the moment under pressure, because that's Kenneth Latter who gets all the way to grass going into the kink there. Somehow manages to gather it back up, but he would have had a Code Brown moment there going through as they head towards Canada.
And heading towards Canada is Jordan Ross, putting the move on Brian Borg. He's going to sneak up the inside there at the right hand. And oh no, there's been a big crash in the background. We got 2 cars into the gravel trap as a Synergy. Stone. Yeah, John Stone, and it looks like that's Latter as well that was involved in that. So both of them in the beach.
in the beach and getting themselves back out and going again. Not the start they want. Position redress then as they look to get going. Let's catch this on the Motum simulation replay. We were looking at that pass just in front of them, but this is how easily it goes wrong. There was the wiggle that came along by just clipping the grass on entry from Kenneth Latter. It made him prone here to this opportunity, and you're going to see right now a little bit of pressure being put on by Linsell on the brakes, and as they jam the brakes, big lock up there from one driver, and in fact it was a case of chicken there between the extra game driver of Linsell and Johnstone, and that put a very tough sticky position for one Mr. Kenneth Latter, who definitely ends up looking a bit like Yamcha in that situation. Big fan of Dragon Ball Z, that he is. Back at the front, though, here's Madison down half a second clear at the front, but he's got both of the Altus cars for a bit of company. Here's Wayne Burke charging down the inside of Ethan Warren. Into the top 10 you go, but here comes the up and under.
Yeah, up and under, and it'll work really well up at the top of the hill here. Two left-handers in quick succession. If you can get the power down nicely, you can get the move done, but looks like Burke's holding the outside here versus Warren. Big contact coming into the kink, and that looked like a big wad of oversteer from Ethan Warren. That's going to open him up to another attack from Kurt Stenberg, but looks like he sorted himself out just in time for the next corner, but you can see that damage on his car already. Oh, no.
That's going to be one of the hyperdrive cars looking the wrong way. It's Josh Morris, and he's not going to be too happy. It looked like it got a little bit busy. Someone's got a drive-through penalty here on the opening lap. I didn't quite hear who it was. I think it's Damien Johnstone who's picked that one up. But here's Josh Morris coming up the hill. Very difficult to work this one out. He gets himself out of position. There's Glenn Morris along with him as well. Now, don't tell me it's the two teammates that came together here through the corner. Oh, no. It's Vaughan who's made the mistake. And then all of a sudden, check up central, Cameron Dance is left chasing down an alleyway that leads to a dead end.
Yeah, one driver gets crossed up through a corner like that, and that is all she wrote. This is the view from Dance's perspective, and you see him just sneaking through here and, smashing Morris in the right rear quarter. I mean, honestly, I don't think Cameron could have gone many other places there. That was very tight quarters.
Smashing Morris, the new Smashing Pumpkins cover band, coming very, very soon to Australian tours near you. That's Daniel Mizdale in trouble. James Scott's got the fast lap of the race, but Mizdale in the gravel, and now all the way back in 40th position. There's Chris Coxhead in 18th place, but we're on lap 3 now, so these drivers start to settle into a rhythm and try and work out the best way to attack this one. Damien Johnstone's coming in for his drive-through penalty then, and he will look to serve that one, get out of the way. He still has to take his 2 stops. Here's a little bit of incident right now. 3 wide, Chadwick, Morris, and then Dance as well. Dance on the inside, and grass on entry. Glenn Morris now decides he's going to take to the inside line production trouble on the outside. So now he's in a world of hurt, but it's the front where it starts to get interesting here. The top 7 all split by 2.8 seconds.
Indeed, and it looks like James Scott has stayed with Madison down. Brady Myers, meanwhile, has started to fall back off his teammate. He's starting to fall into the clutches of Andrew Gilliam. And at this stage, they're not making a dent in Madison Downs Championship. Forza El Nabi is still running in 6th place, 7th place at the moment, just behind Adam Briggs. So no big changes in the championship margins for now, but it looks like James Scott is just dialing in the pace bit by bit, lap on lap.
He certainly is, and this is where things get interesting right now. Forza El Nabi, position number 7. He's got to start running through the gauntlet here, and he's maybe struggling a little bit to get himself in line because there are just so many drivers here stacked up one on top of the other. You get caught in these draft trains, or these battle packs they are like to be called, where you can't get close enough to attack. It gets really close actually out of the corner on Adam Briggs in the 72simrigs.com DPR car. But the key is that Adam Briggs is going to have draft in front, but the more that you start to harass, you start to battle, you now start to get these opportunities, and Forzan trying to open the door up here for maybe a run at turn number 1 where it comes into play. But again, Corey Shepherd in front is the great equalizer here, and Forzan's got to be a brave driver. They're fighting behind as well. Worley and Dyson going side by side here, the 2 teammates here, and all of a sudden it's 3 simrigs.com DPR cars in a row. Briggsy's going to lift out of that one, let Forza El Nabi go. There's no point in fighting it right now. Still has an outside shot of a race win.
Yes, indeed, and El Nabi going a bit too hot into turn 1 there. Opened the door to Briggs again, but Adam already committing to letting El Nabi go. Clearly the faster driver out of those guys, and oh my goodness, that's Wayne Burke and Ethan Warren very close together on the exit of turn 2.
That is Ethan Warren back through then into 10th place and gaining that one back then on lap 2. Now, Kobe Jones has Brett Loxton for company. Now, what do you do here, Kobe? You remember, Brett Loxton's in a Zuva car. He's fighting for championship points in the team's battle, and he goes down the inside, and he picks that one up on Kobe, who's now got to play defence here to Jordan Ross in the 143. And at the moment, they're all stuck behind Kurt Stenberg, who is a very tricky character at the best of the time. Get by, and well, at this stage Kurt's trying to catch the train, and he is very much trying to hope that the train behind him doesn't start getting a little bit greedy and aggressive, because it's 6 back now that you start to see it. And there's also Chris Coxon on the back of that one as well, making it 7.
Yeah, then they got very close together in the braking zone through the hurry downs, just on the verge of concertinaing into each other. And it's very close quarters there in the midfield, but Stenny getting a nice exit from the carousel. Again, that is the slight bit of aero wash coming into play there. And oh my goodness, Brett Loxton, right on the edge of the kink, nearly spinning, and that might open the door here to Kobe Jones, or will it? He's going to stay in front coming into the braking zone, but this has just granted some free breathing room to Kurt.
They'll be in the same Discord channel. They'll be having their conversations with each other over the inter-team radio. So they should be all understanding, no, don't make the move. You're going to just waste time. You're going to make sure that things all run into a bit of troubles here in this race. But now it's not about trouble here. Look at Brady Myers here. He's under pressure from Andrew Gilliam, who's got to get moving now if he's going to stay with James Scott & Co., because he's already down 1.4 seconds, but he just can't find the real opportunity that gives them the real striking yards to go and make that move. He's now got maybe Brady Myers in an isolated position right now here, Reese, but the key is you've got to go and make the move. Look at Ethan Warren. He's now looking to try and pressure the 2-3-3 of Philip Worley.
Yeah, and this is for 9th place. No further action from race control, an incident between Cameron Dance and Glenn Morris. Meanwhile, have a look at the draft that Ethan is getting here. He had the double draft of the 2 DPR teammates, but he's going to be on the outside coming into turn 5 and not quite far enough up ahead to get the move done. Almost opened himself up to an attack from Wayne Burke once again. So all these drivers here. Whoa, that's a big dive from Warren. Is that going to be contact? Oh, maybe only just pulls out of it, and he's side by side again with Philip Worley. And Wayne Burke will be loving this. He's seeing, oh, this might be 2 free positions. Outside into hurry downs. Nope, there goes Ethan Warren down the inside. Is he overshooting? Not quite. Just keeps it out of the gravel trap. But look at Burke round the outside into the carousel.
He gets it because there was a check up there from Worley, who couldn't do anything about that. There on the inside, he ran out of road. The door shut again by Ethan Warren, who has been very much commanding the road, as Kurt Stenberg has a big moment there just behind them. And this is just bringing the train back in once again. And you start to fight here at Road America. You don't lose tenths, you lose seconds. And that's going to be one of the issues that all of these drivers find. When they start to lose seconds, everyone in the train closes up. And then you start wondering, okay, maybe we can do something different on the strategy. Maybe we can jump a little bit ahead through undercuts. And it's worth talking strategy right now, because we have seen it. Drivers pit lap 5, lap 6, lap 7 early on the 2 stop, and they get themselves really good track position for those who take the more conventional stop at, say, lap 13.
Yeah, exactly right. We're still waiting to see any drivers jump in for that chance, but you'd expect someone further down in the field to go for it. The pit window is already open. It opened at the end of lap 2, and it's going to stay open until the start of lap 37. So the drivers won't be able to pit for the last few laps of this race. They've got to keep that in mind. So the actual margin for pitting a bit narrower, but we have to make sure that that everyone gets home safely, and that is a move there for Brett Loxton on Kurt Stenberg. He is through there into 12th place, and Kobe Jones looking to take advantage as well, but he's looking for a space. Stenberg just sticking right in the middle of the road, not letting him go whatsoever.
Oh, this is going to be deadly here into the next section of road. On the brakes they go, and Jordan Ross senses an opportunity. He'll search the long way around to try and pick this one up. Has he got it now at the next section of track? Here as he goes through the next left The answer is, well, we'll try again for another corner here. The next right is normally the one that decides it, but Kobe's not letting this one go on the outside here. So Jordan Ross, has he done just enough to hold on to it? Answer to that is yes. So he goes through. Now it's Brian Borg's turn in the Premier Racing Team car to try and have an attack. He doesn't quite find the move that's needed. So Kobe Jones finds the freight train world as Rob Bowden finds the grass.
And that is on the run out of turn 6. As we see Jamie McKnight down there and Andrew Fraser. I get the feeling those guys have jumped into the pits early on. Yeah, all just pitting here. Daniel Mizdale as well. So those drivers getting their first mandatory stop out of the way. Stenberg once again in the draft. And man, that is quite the bit of oversteer there from Brett Loxton. He's a fast one, is Brett, but he does push the limits quite a bit, particularly under brakes.
He is starting to find out how to really maneuver this car. We've seen it over the last few weeks where he'd had struggles earlier on in the season, had been spending a little bit of a time in Super Split 2, trying to win his way back into the main event. He now finds himself here pretty much peppering the top 10 every single time he goes out and races around here. Now here's some side-by-side. That's Forza El Nabi down the inside, picking up the move. Turn 1 on Corey Shepherd, moving inside the top 5. That's a key move then for Forzan in this race. It gives him a very good indication of what he wants. In comes Michael Taliancic, though, in a 777 car to go and make his stop.
Yeah, Bradley Vaughan is joining him in the pits as well as we focus again on the racing out on track. And this pack is incredible. Jordan Ross has completely shed Kobe Jones and is now right on the back of Kurt Stenberg. You just see him there behind Stenny as we look back from Brett Loxton. That looks like quite the lockup from up ahead, but ultimately just working it out once again.
Ethan.
Indeed, Ethan.
I did catch an eye on Ethan Warren. He is through on Andrew Dyson. Jumps up now into 8th place. Now Dyson's got mirrors full of one Mr. Wayne Burke, who looks to the outside. And is this going to be a repeat story? He runs it too deep, though, through the corner. That allows Burke onto the outside, and he likes this. He's done it once already, but it's such a tough section of road. You get to the mid part, and then all of a sudden, car on the inside's got a little bit more earlier power to go and put in on the exit. But Wayne Burke is starting to really put the pressure here on Andrew Dyson, who, pardon the pun, wants to hoover up that position and just make sure that he's got that all secured. He's not there at the moment here, but Wayne Burke 1/10 of a second, trying to maybe angle for the inside here at Canada Corner. Not close enough.
Not for now, but he'll probably have a few more chances down the next straight. Meanwhile, we check back in with Jake Maloney, who is now up into 26th position, and Glenn Postlethwaite. These guys starting at the back of the field, and they've advanced forwards through the opening laps, and with some drivers at the back of the field taking their stop early. So it's a very hard slog for these guys coming up. We would usually expect Maloney and Postlethwaite in and around the top 15, maybe even top 10, but it's just not their day today.
No, not today, but there are still chances on the horizon as into the pits comes Chris Coxhead to make his stop, and he will get himself in from about 16th, 17th position on the road. In comes Ben Christensen then to make his early stop, and Bailey Frid will join in on the proceedings as well. Just seeing that gap at the front of the field between Madison Down and James Scott fluctuate in and about 1 second at this stage. Now, Madison Down will definitely want to try and break that 1 second, but crucially, he hasn't really broken far in this race. 8 laps gone, and the top 7 still split by 5.5 seconds right now, and that would tell you everything that you need to know. James Scott is keeping Madison Down honest, and he is in a race from lap 1 all the way to lap 39.
Indeed he is, and Madison just made a slight error on the exit of that right-hand kink. James Scott using a bit of oversteer into the hurry down section to keep his pace up. As we check back in with Chris Coxhead, he's made it back out of the pits in 34th position, about 3.5 behind Michael Taliancic.
Yeah, just 3.5 there, so he's got work to do. And this group now, as we focus on Kobe Jones on the back of Jordan Ross, it's going to be about trying to find that place and trying to find it sooner rather than later. If you're in the middle of a train right now, surely the best port of call you would have at your disposal is the decision to come down in and make a stop. That was a little bit of a janky movement there from one Mr. Kurt Stenberg, who's got to be a little bit careful about those sorts of maneuvers. He gets on the brakes, goes into the right, and tries to figure out a run on the exit, but he's okay for the moment here, but he is still, once again, in the position where he's dropping down here in the race, and his race pace isn't quite to the same standard as his qualifying pace. Jordan Ross looking again at the inside at the final corner. Now, questions on maybe any leaders deciding they want to make that call down onto the lane? Nope, not for the time being.
Yeah, not for now. Jordan Ross then right on the back of Kurt Stenberg. Once again, he's got Kobe Jones and Brian Borg behind him, and the draft is coming into play down the front straight. It's a long run to turn 1 here, 600 metres from the start-finish line, but that is not enough space for Jordan Ross to get up the inside of Stenny.
Hello.
Meanwhile,
Gilliam.
Oh, hello indeed. Mr. Gilliam.
This is going to allow Forza and Arby the chance here. Brady Myers, I think, has got a slow down penalty to play with right now. He'll drop right to the back of the train. He goes on through. What has happened here to Brady Myers? He finally gets the power back going again. So it looks like he's overshot turn 1 potentially here. Under no pressure at all behind as he goes through. Grabs the grass on the inside, on the outside, sorry, in towards turn 1. And then what happens? Well, he gets himself going to turn 2, and that looks like he's struggling with some sort of failure of some kind, because that is so unnatural for him to be so slow. It looked like as he went to turn in that something just didn't dial well with the steering, and now he's going to be in a position where probably he's slow and he's going to need to find the pits, and this could be worrying here for cars approaching him. A white mechanical flag you would normally see in the real world.
Yeah, well, he's going to stick to the outside of the carousel here. That's a big shame for Brady Myers. He was on for his best result of the season, but he's just seeing those positions fall away from him now, and there's nothing he can do about it. I'd be really interested to know what the problem is for Brady. Whatever it is, it seemed to have happened on the exit of turn 1. That was a bit of evasive action there from Christian Smart, and well, this is a bit awkward here for Brady on the outside of the kink. He just manages to avoid the pursuing cars of Craig Jones and Sean McNamara. But either way, that's going to be coming into the pits for Mr. Myers.
Certainly is, and that's going to be frustrating for him. He was right up there near the front in 3rd place, but it now promotes El Nabi up to 4th, Gilliam up to 3rd, and the top 4 in the championship are in the top 4 positions right now, trying to really go out there and show what they've got here. Lap 10 of 39. Now, I wonder if that would have signalled the call for a few drivers to dive down into the lane. Yes, it has done. So Jordan Ross comes in, likes of Thomas Hinz comes in. Now, they would have been looking at that, thinking about, okay, well, if Brady Myers is slow going through, he's probably going to get collected by someone. That could cause a safety car. That's why it's a good decision to dive down into the lane.
Well, unfortunately for them, it doesn't seem to have worked out that way, and Myers is actually not going into the pits, so whatever the issue was for him, he seems to have worked it out. That's quite a bizarre incident, but either way, these guys have committed to the strategy now. Brian Borg, Jordan Ross, and Thomas Hinz still at a standstill in the pits. Let's see where they come out.
Well, here's side by side, Christian Smart and Neil Pearson wobbling over 14th position on the brakes, and it's Christian Smart who has that one, so it's Smart's position as he gets himself now up the hill to turn 6. It's a very tough braking zone there, because you always level out and you think you can brake a lot later than you actually can at that moment on track. So a little bit concerning, but at this stage, you know, this is a good drive from these two. They're just quietly going about business here on lap 10.
Yeah, and that's the way you want to be when you're a quarter through the race. It's a very long race here, 250 Ks, and considering the lap length as well, you don't want to be forced to take a very long trip back to the pits. This circuit's 6.5 kilometers long, so if you break down when you just pass pit exit, you're in a whole world of pain.
Absolutely you are. Now here's the Morrises. They are just behind right now Brady Myers at this stage, and it's one in front of the other, and it's Josh ahead of Glenn at this stage, but they'll be fighting it out for supremacy to see who has the right to the Morris name at the end of this race, and being the quickest Morris gives you the right to that name.
If you say so. Brian Borg, meanwhile, continues chasing as Andrew Fraser is going to start to come under some pressure from the number 9 of Ben Christensen. Bradley Vaughan and Bailey Frid as well behind them. All of these cars have taken their first pit stops. And we switch back to Andrew Gilliam looking back at Forzan El Nabi. And I feel a move coming on very shortly, especially if there's that little bit of oversteer from Gilliam through turn 3. He ran a little wide and that's compromised him as we see Neil Pearson jump in. But I think Forzan is on for a move here at turn 5. Look at the draft. But the racing line carries you to the right of the circuit, and Gilliam takes it, commits to the inside to defend turn 5. El Nabi almost going outside track limits there, but just keeping the car in between the white lines. This is going to be a difficult task in the middle sector.
It is, and you can see here Andrew Gilliam, middle of the road, driving a little bit. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Just make his car wide. Just try and make sure you hold on to that third place while not losing any time at all. He hasn't actually deviated too much from what he'd do on a normal lap. He's just seen Forzan behind, not be able to be in a position where he can go out and attack and take that place away. That's been the key to this race for the 201, Andrew Gilliam. So he'll be looking at this going, well, okay, we're in a good place right now. What's going to be the next port of call that we maybe focus on? And that's the pit stop window, which will be opening up. And we've been seeing a couple drivers dive down in and work out when's the right time to make that stop. So this could be a case of, well, do we bite a bullet early and try and get through? Here's Brian Borg looking to try and get through on Chris Coxhead. And this is the battle of those who have pitted here for 31st. And contact between them. And somehow they stay all right.
I was very lucky. Very easy there for Brian Borg to be sent spearing into the wall. Well, he's going to have to take stock of that and try again a little bit further down the line. Across comes Madison Down to start his 12th lap of 39. Still no sign of a pit stop from him, and he's got the gap that he needs to James Scott. There is not even a whisper of a draft for the Altus driver.
2 seconds now that Madison Down has. In comes, though, Wayne Burke. Now, this could be the chain reaction everyone looks at and goes, okay, well, if Wayne Burke's pitting, then I have to pit. And I think everybody's going to be looking at the same way. In comes Glenn Postlethwaite to make the decision then for Synergy Sim Racing. Down onto the lane, looks for the cones, and he gets himself all nicely situated with them as Forzan El Nabi here, again close to one Mr. Andrew Gilliam. He'll definitely want a way through on the inside as soon as he possibly can, but again, he's not quite there on the brakes into the next left-hander. So once more, this is a waiting game that we start to see right now.
Yeah, they're starting to gap Corey Shepherd, though, so as long as they don't get in each other's way too much, they might be able to drop both Shepherd and Briggs, who are still pursuing very closely behind them. Now, this the final sector of the track very fast as we see more takers onto the pits, and there's Brian Borg getting by Chris Coxhead coming into turn 1. Looked like the move was completed pretty early there, and Thomas Hinz might be looking to get another position there as well. Meanwhile, for the last couple positions in the top 10, Philip Worley and Brett Loxton still going at it.
Absolutely. Philip Worley's not giving this one up. He has lost the place to Brett Loxton, but he'll want that one back. He knows how good Brett can be over the course of a stint. He's very, very consistent, is Brett Loxton. So Philip Worley needs to just be calm here. He's been in this position a couple of times. He got a very, very handy finish over at VIR, which really did spearhead him up for the second half of the season. And now you start wondering here at the Simrigs.com DPR team, just how far can these drivers go?
Yeah, that's the big question. Well, you know what I think. I feel optimistic about their 2021. If this year is anything to go by, the only way is up for DPR. But they still have to focus on getting to the end of this race. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. There he goes into the pits, just up on the control line there. Oh, that's Dyson. Oh, it looks like he's being followed in by a teammate.
We got Mizdale here on the gravel at the exit of turn 1, and he is stopped. So that's going to be a little bit awkward here. Is this going to be a safety car, or is he going to get the permission to tow and put himself in a good place? We'll catch this on the Motor Simulator replay. He's already had this issue going into turn 1, so let's see it. Oh, back steps completely out. Goes for a full 360, and when he tries to get it back going again, he's there down in 40th position, not happy with everything, and decides, you know what? This ain't going to be worth it here to struggle around here on track. I'm going to pull it over and request a tow. My race is pretty much all but done. The wait is still go on, and we get a safety car. We get a safety car. This completely changes the dynamic of this race for Madison Down, who had a 2-second lead. Everybody jump in the pool. It's time for a pit stop.
Here we go. At least everyone around that section of the circuit. But right now, Madison Down is going through the carousel, as is James Scott. So, here we go. Out of all of the cars that have pitted, Wayne Burke is leading them. So there is a fair chance that he might filter through to the front of the field once the leaders come in.
Well, he definitely has that advantage of maybe pitching a little bit earlier here and trying to work this one out. A safety car on lap 13 of 39, the 1/3 distance in this race for Daniel Mizdale, pulling over to the side of the road. This has not been the idea that most drivers would have been thinking of, but a safety car now forces the hands of everyone dive down into the lane to take their fuel, to take their tyres, and to get back out and going again. Into the pits then comes Madison Down. No shocks about that one, and he will be followed by absolutely every man and his dog at this stage, trying to get themselves down in and gain as much as they can. The next question will be, who takes what amount of fuel over the course of this stint, knowing they can save fuel under safety car conditions?
Yeah, this is actually a very good point. So I think a few drivers will be taking a chance and putting a little bit less fuel in their cars just so they can keep going until the point where they need to pit next. And we'll be keeping an eye on pit stop times here as well as Wayne Burke makes his way through Canada Corner. The leaders have now all come to a stop in the lane, and there is the safety car, of course, driven by Simon Black at this stage. Madison Down still at a standstill in the pits, and well, we're past the 20-second, 22-second mark for a pit stop for Down. Who's going to beat him out of the pits, if anyone? No one, it seems. 26.1 second stop for Madison Down there. Lane time of 56.8 seconds. 29. Yeah, oh wow. That is a good job there for Forzan.
Forzan's jumped everyone here, and Wayne Burke's jumped the lot. He's now up into second position and has really put himself now right in the middle of everyone. So Wayne Burke gets the jump, and he moves up into second place. The safety car has done wonders in that respect, and as everybody tries to get out onto track, Sean Linsdell is now up into 9th place. You've got Kobe Jones, who's jumped up into 11th position, and it has shuffled a few people up and down the order here as they look to try and get themselves all situated and sorted out. We're just a little bit too early, you feel right now here, though, Reese, to get that second stop in and get yourself home and dry. But, you know, those drivers who did pit early, like the Christensens and co, they are going to be ones who will be looking at how long they're going to be staying behind safety car conditions and going, well, if this runs long enough and we save enough, we could be in a position where we come down in right at the end of the safety car period and decide, you know what, we can get a free stop in and get ourselves out and away, and we don't have to make any more stops.
Yeah, exactly. That's what some of them will be hoping for. But I think with the weather being the way it is and the way it's going to affect the tyres, I don't know if anyone will want to be spending more than oh god, 10, 15 laps on a set of tyres, knowing this. So it's a bit touch and go at the moment.
It certainly is, but at this stage, you have to say, a lot has changed in this one. Madison Down leads this race outright, the championship leader. He is only a handful of laps away from the half-distance point in this race, and that will give him the opportunity to score full points no matter what happens to his vehicle. Wayne Burke is second and James Scott is in third. Forzan Elnabi, the nearest challenger in terms of points to Madison Down, is in 4th place right now with Andrew Gilliam 5th and Corey Shepherd in 6th. It's been a great stint from Jordan Ross. He's leapfrogged up into 7th position thanks to the stops, with Adam Briggs in 8th, Sean Linsell now in 9th, and Brett Loxton rounding out the top 10 at the moment. We are under safety car conditions due to Daniel Mizdale, and now you start to wonder and think about these next stages and who can be aggressive off of this restart, because this will be one of the only few times that Madison Down has that opportunity to break away. The good news for Madison Down is that Wayne Burke's going to be on older tyres, which means that he's going to maybe be at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly right. And in terms of pit stop times, interesting to note that Madison Down had the fastest stop time out of the top 4 at the time. He's actually, 26.1 seconds, I said. Well, James Scott's pit stop, 29.2. El Nabi's 28. And Andrew Gilliam, 29.1. So they've got a few extra litres in the tank compared to Madison Down. But having said that, I don't think Down is in much trouble because we've seen earlier on this season, he can take a low fuel tank and turn it around into a victory.
Well, this is the key here for Madison Down. He knows he's got pace, but the pace is against James Scott. He was only able to pull out to 2 seconds, and he's short-filled compared to everybody else because he also had to be worried about number 89, Wayne Burke. If he let Wayne Burke go into the race lead of this one here right now, Reese, he would have been concerned of having to try and make an overtake. It's about 0 risk. That's why he short-filled it on the stop.
Yeah, exactly. But it remains to be seen exactly how it's going to affect him later on. That is Fraser and Maloney both coming into the pits and getting their tyres changed. And Altus Car 2, that's Brady Myers making a tour through the pit lane. Michael Taliancic and Damian Johnstone as well. Chris Coxhead.
All of these guys would go for the 2-stop.
Yeah,
all of these drivers who are coming in now, they are making that free stop under safety car conditions here, looking to get their second stop underway, and then when it comes to the race, everyone's got to go by them here in the second half of this one. This is clever from those at the back because they knew they had nothing to lose in terms of track position because everyone's going to do the same thing.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, it's all going to be down to when the leaders make their second pit stop, be it under green or safety car. I don't know, though, having pitted now, whether or not those guys that just pitted will be able to make it to the end on that tank. It might have to be a splash and dash for a couple of them.
25 laps from this point onwards, but they are going to be coasting for at least one of them, maybe one more. We do not know at this stage, but what we do know is that Madison Down here is at the front of this field, and he needs only the top 21 positions. We've said he's playing blackjack today. Currently position 21 is a little ways down the order, of course, because it's position 21. I'm just looking here over the ticking timing tower that we got on screen for you. Christian Smart currently holds that position at 21st place. So that's where he finds himself. But now it's a case of the 2 stoppers versus those who will need to make a stop. Who can be aggressive here on this restart? Because everyone's going to be on the same boat, effectively, until they come in and make that stop.
Yeah, I expect major aggression from the leaders. I expect James Scott and Forza El Nabi to try and get past Wayne Burke as soon as possible. Andrew Gilliam will want to follow them through as well. In terms of Corey Shepherd and Jordan Ross, well, they've got Adam Briggs right behind them, as well as Brett Loxton. So they are going to be on the warpath as well. But I don't know if they'll be able to get past Wayne Burke quick sharp. Either way, this is going to be quite an interesting restart.
Absolutely, it will be. We are still waiting for confirmation that we are good to go here on the restart and that everybody is okay. Madison Down has control of the field behind Simon Black, who is the safety car driver. No Nick Parker here today, but those drivers know that every lap they're ticking off is going to be another lap that they can be quite happy with, especially if you're at the front of the field and you're Madison Down, because more laps behind the safety car means more fuel being saved, meaning less margin to worry about here in this race.
Yeah, and that's probably, in addition to coming out of the pits in front of Wayne Burke, that's probably part of the reason why Madison Down short-filled it. He'll be hoping to gain some of that back at the next pit stop, and we are indeed going green this lap. Simon Black brings the safety car back on through, and the field's going to form up behind Madison Down. The start is now under his control.
Well, I'd go now if I was Madison Down, because there was a huge gap between himself, between Scott and El Nabi, and everyone's going to be starting to only just now close it up. So a missed opportunity for Madison Down. He would have had the likes of Richard Hampstead in his ear, not racing today, just trying to give him everything that he needs. But there's the restart. We go back green at the end of lap 15, start of lap 16. Madison Down has Wayne Burke behind him, now looking to try and chase down his first non-reverse grid win of his career even. And look at this, he's immediately going aggressive to the outside. trying to make this one happen. James Scott diving down the inside, immediately gets a door for his troubles as well. And suddenly Wayne Burke, from offense to defense, he must go. Forza El Nabi now will want in on the inside. He will look for the inside and he'll pick it up as well. So that's how easily it can go from winner to loser, just like that.
Just like that, indeed. It only took him 2 corners. So now Wayne Burke in front of Andrew Gilliam, who now has a bit of a gap back to Jordan Ross and Corey Shepherd, who are basically bumper to bumper right now, down to turn 5 for the first time once again. I tell you what, that incident between Scott and Burke just gifted Madison Down another gap at the lead, and there's Thomas Hinz going for an adventure down at 5.
Absolutely. We just also saw Kobe Jones side by side with Sean Linsell. This is for the top 10 at this moment in time. Can he figure it out? Yes, he can, and he gets that one worked nicely, but he's going to try and come back. Oh, he can't cross over there because there was worries he was going to pretty much quarter panel the number 2 in the Jinx Shifters A&Z Motorsports car. But here is James Scott, and he's got Forza El Nabi just behind, and that would have been the last thing that he would have been hoping for at this stage in the race. Find Mr. I'm challenging mainly for this championship, need to get to Madison Down, Forza El Nabi. That's going to be not ideal in terms of James Scott's approach, but he knows he's got to stay within the 1 second here. He's got to be aggressive here on this restart, and he knows that giving Madison Down the space he needs is not going to help him out in the long term of an outside shot of this championship.
Yeah, El Nabi needs to get past James Scott, and he needs to find some semblance of pace on par with Down if he wants to try and wrench this championship away. But I feel like it's just slipping away lap on lap, because Down up there in the lead looking extremely comfortable, and we know that once Down is out in the lead of a race, there's not much you can do to stop him. Adam Briggs, meanwhile, in the draft train with Mr. Shepherd just up ahead of him. Oh, Forzan, he's made contact with James Scott in turn 1 and sent him wide. Oh.
Can't get the move done, though. And that's going to mean that they start holding each other up. The gap out to a second at the front of the field. Wayne Burke's back there. Andrew Gilliam will probably want in on this as well. They get a good run here out of the corner, and now they'll start to attack here through the Moraine sweep to turn 5. And, well, it looks like here's the opportunity for Forza El Nabi. He's got to look to the inside here to pick this one up, and just not able to get the line that he wants and not close enough to make it happen. You all concertina up here through this next left-hander, and it's always very tricky to make sure that you all get through nice and cleanly. But everybody now in this train knows they are on a timer, and they've got to work out when the right time to go and make that stop is. Half distance will be score complete at the end of the next lap, as drivers all take a little bit of grass here, trying to be aggressive through the corner, and ultimately they're all fine. But they also have to be a little bit concerned about those incident points today, because if they get over a certain limit here, Reese, they start dropping points 1 per incident in the championship.
Yes, and the number you have to remember is 15. If you get 15 incidents or more, that's when points penalties start to be applied. So around a track like this, I think much 1x off-track potential, but particularly there at the exit of the kink. In fact, at the exit of just about every corner, and I saw Madison Down really pushing the limits at the kink on the restart. He almost put the whole car into the grass, so he's going to have to wind it back a little bit as well.
It's getting a little bit dicey here behind, as there is a lot of scrapping in the mid-pack. We're looking at Corey Shepherd here in 7th, trying to stay here with the driver who overtook him on the restart there in Jordan Ross. So he's got work to do. Gilliam gets a big moment then, gets a shade of grass out to the final corner. That kills the run up the hill, and all of a sudden, he's now a bridge between the divides between these groups. Madison Down, well, he's got an intent. Fastest lap, 2:07.2 on the new fresh set of tyres that he has underneath him right now. But it's all about this 5-car scrap, which now has Andrew Gilliam at the head of the table.
Indeed, Jordan Ross just behind him here, and bumper to bumper with Corey Shepherd and Adam Briggs. Here's the draft train again down the straight. It looks like for Shepherd, the exit was compromised. You see Ross just creeping away from him there. But it doesn't seem like Adam Briggs has gotten much of an advantage from that. He's going to have to stay behind through the next turn. Felt like a slight lock-up. I think it might have been for El Nabi or Burke. I'd say more likely Burke on those older, more worn tyres. And you see, all throughout the field, there's crazy battles going on. This is another train headed up by Jamie McKnight, and then you've got Andrew Fraser right in the midst of things as well, trying to get past Ben Christensen at the back of the field. I absolutely love this series because there's racing all throughout the field every single time.
Absolutely. Any driver who's driving at the end of this lap gets points. That's the guarantee that they will have at this stage. Andrew Dyson knows what he needs to do here in 12th place. He's got to hold off Kurt Stenberg and the likes of Ethan Warren, who will want to get through. There's, of course, Brian Borg in the mix as well, who will be wanting to try and gain those places as soon as possible. Now, the driver to keep an eye out on here in terms of this long stint here, Reece, you'd have to say, is the driver who dropped out of third position early on with a few technical troubles, and that will be Brady Myers, who will be wanting to get back through the pack and recover his race.
Yes, indeed. Brady Myers currently down in 31st position, and he's right behind the likes of Jake Maloney, just coming into Canada Corner, just behind these guys. There's Maloney in the TTR car as we take a look at Glenn Morris up at the front of this train. It's very unfortunate for Brady Myers that he suffered those issues, but with the close quarters racing going on ahead of him, he stands a chance to gain 4 more positions here. I'm waiting with bated breath as James Scott and Forzan El Nabi continue to pressure each other for the podium.
They are pulling away from Wayne Burke. That's the key. He wanted a little bit of leeway here, did Forzan El Nabi, and now he might be able to attack the Logitech G Otis Esports car at this stage. So he looks to try and get aggressive here on the run to the Moraine Sweep once more. One of the prime places on circuit where you can pick up this move and you can get this place. And ultimately on the brakes once again. Nope, not going to happen this time by. So Forzan is stuck at this stage, not being able to make a move. Same can be said for Kurt Stenberg here, who goes on the brakes. Ethan Warren behind is maybe more of the issue right now as they go through. And there is Thomas Hinton, 15th place. He's got his mirrors full of Philip Worley wanted to get back through.
Yeah, and Worley had a big lockup coming into turn 5. So he's not doing too hot at the moment. Here's Kenneth Latta, Sean McNamara, and I believe one of the Synergy cars as well. Incredibly tight racing as Ben Christensen and Andrew Fraser are almost coming together. Even right at the back of the field, these guys are racing hard and checking back in with Corey Shepherd. This is on the exit of the carousel and coming through the kink. I think he sniffs a move here on Jordan Ross.
I'm pretty sure he does. And I think he's lining this one up, but he's also got to be careful behind because there is Adam Briggs. Briggsy will want to try and find a move through, and nope, not yet. He's going to have to play patient as well as they go through. This is one of the things, though. They've got Andrew Gilliam just in front at 9/10 of a second down the road. They start getting a little bit too aggressive, they'll lose that sniff of 5th place, and they can't afford that because they're all on strategy cars. That's a little look to the inside there from Corey Shepherd. He starts to get impatient here, and he's looking for lines that maybe aren't optimal, and this will bring Briggsy again the chance here up the hill towards turn 1 as he'll get a real ripper of a run. Here comes the chance then to one car number 72. Which way do you want to go? Do you want to go left? Do you want to go right? He's going to decide, yeah, I'm going to go left. I'm going to go down to the inside here and try and work this one out right from his perspective as he dives for the inside. And you know what? They're going to continue here. That was a good run on the outside there from Shepherd.
Yeah, Briggsy had to pull out of that one, left him open to an attack from Brett Loxton, and just a bit of contact between the two of them as Glenn Postlethwaite enters the pit lane. On the subject of Shepherd, the reason he went for that move on Jordan Ross at the final turn was because Ross actually went off track, and Shepherd sniffed a move down there at the final turn. But here is Brett Loxton trying to go around the outside of Adam Briggs at turn 5. Briggsy is defending really well, but bit of a wider line from Brett Loxton. He's tried to get the power down, but not successful. Now Kobe Jones is back into it, and bit of rear end contact. That's forced Adam Briggs off, and Brett Loxton goes straight on through. Kobe Jones is going to try and do the same, but outside line through that corner, not always the best. Hello indeed. He has now got the inside down at Hurry Downs.
Here comes Kobe Jones, and he gives them a little bit of door for troubles as well. So 2 positions lost in the blink of an eye for Adam Briggs. He's going straight backwards at this stage, and he finds himself now in the clutches of Linsell and Dyson and Ethan Warren. And the reason for all of that is that he was just a little bit too aggressive on the cutoff, trying to get through with the spotter. He didn't have full clear, and so Brett Loxton with nowhere to go. And look at Jordan Ross trying to attack through the corner.
Whoa.
That is Linsell going for Changer sideways, and there's going to be one position. Through goes Andrew Dyson. Here comes Ethan Warren. Trying to hunt a Ray route to try and get that one working. Almost 2 tires on the grass, and he gets that one down the inside. So another place gone, and it's a case of one mistake costs you so much when it comes to this championship.
Pucker factor was quite large down that straight. You do not want to get into the grass on the exit of the kink. Meanwhile, here we go for James Scott and Forzan El Nabi. The draft is back, and you see Scott staying in the middle of the road. He's thinking, I can go any way I like, Forzan. You got to make a late decision here. Was that a bump draft into the braking zone? And another bump. He's bumped him right off the circuit. So here we go. That might be a penalty coming in if El Nabi doesn't redress the position, which it looks like he is. But that's 2 positions lost for both of them. Championship slipping out of his hands. That's another position Ross and Shepherd through.
I was so scared that Jordan Ross was going to run into the back of El Nabi there, but they're just okay for the time being. Not by much, but they are okay. That's crucial at this stage. So here we go. A very, very awkward moment. They go down the hill, and that's Corey Shepherd now through the position. El Nabi is still going to fight this one on the inside. Shepherd did run slightly wide, trying to attack the exit. He gets slidey, though, and here comes El Nabi to the inside on lap 21. He just about holds station, but now Brett Loxton puts himself into the train as well, and El Nabi's got to do the work all over again, and I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a safety car to bail him out this time.
Yeah, even though he'll definitely be hoping for one. Here's a modem simulation replay of what happened. So Corey Shepherd and Jordan Ross here racing hard into the first couple turns, and there's the incident between El Nabi and Scott just up ahead. They re-enter the circuit. The redress happens for Forzan, and Jordan Ross here got to take big avoiding action down the inside.
Glenn Morris has stopped right on the outside here of this, and we get a safety car. So we just said he's not going to get a safety car to bail him out. Guess what he's just got? A safety car to bail him out.
Oh my goodness. Oh, well, that was great timing, if anything. So Glenn Morris apparently not able to get it going. We'll take a look at what happened to him as we stay on the replay. That's down at turn 5. So we've got a bit of time to wait before we see what actually happened to him here. He was right behind Michael Taliancic and looking to try and get a move done. Had one of the Synergy cars behind him as well.
Tell you who this all favours. The drivers who came in and made their second stop, they're all going to jump up through the field because this is the right time to come down in, get your second stop on board, and there hasn't been that much of a disparity gap trying to get things going. He blows the engine, locking the rear axle up, and then ultimately gets a hit there from one of the Synergy cars. I think that was Johnstone, and he ultimately has to wheel it on into the pits. Now watch as everybody who doesn't need to pit go forward. Jake Maloney now leads this race. Brady Myers up into second and Taliancic in third. Madison Down comes out and away, and crucially, it's Andrew Gilliam who will come out then in a really nice position. Where's El Nabi? He's miles back in the pack.
Yeah, he's only just gotten out of his box there, so that was quite the long stop there from Forzan. I'm going to check out the specific time, 17.5 seconds, whereas the vast majority of drivers have been making pit stop times around the 10 to 15 second bracket, and that's a bit of a problem there for Mr. Vaughan. My apologies. Bradley overshooting his box, but there is the lead of the race behind the safety car.
Just having a little look, I'm hearing that Andrew Fraser might be in a bit of trouble as well on the back half of the circuit, so something's gone wrong for Andrew Fraser as well, and I think this may have been under the scramble of the safety car where he's run into troubles and has had to pull it over to the side of the road. So 2 vehicles at opposite ends of the circuit now are in trouble, and well, I suppose it's a train to the next season now for Andrew Fraser. He's right by the railway line.
Yeah, he is indeed, and I've just gone back to see he had an incident back at the carousel, spun off, unfortunately catching the grass, and then just as he came through the kink recovering, his engine decided to give out.
Absolutely. So this is how the field looks at this stage. It's Jake Maloney in control of the field at the front. Brady Myers in second position. Then it's Michael Taliancic and Damien Johnstone third and fourth. Chris Coxhead is fifth. Ben Christensen is up into sixth. And then Madison Down is in seventh position. 6 cars to dispatch in the late stages of this race, but there are no guarantees to getting by. And now Madison's got to do the tough job. He's got to get by vehicles. He doesn't have to, but he knows with those drivers behind, he's going to be pushed every stage of the way.
Yeah, at that position that Madison Down is in, he will want to try and get past those cars as soon as he can, because the likes of Andrew Gilliam, James Scott there, they will want that position as well. They'll want any opportunity they can to put Madison a bit further down the field, so he has to be on it right at the start. Brady Myers, having made his way back up into second, with that, yeah, on the previous lap, it looks to me like his race is back on track now.
Absolutely. We're going to go green here. At the end of 22, start of 23, Maloney then and Myers are at the front of the field, and they'll be looking to try and be aggressive. They're going to be on older tyres compared to their rivals. Jake Maloney started today in 39th position. He now leads this event right now. Brady Myers dropped all the way back to 31st. He now finds himself in second. There's no cover there in fourth position for Damien Johnstone. Remember, he had the hit on Glenn Morris as he tried to get on by him, but now it's all about momentum and now gathering it up. 6 at the front, trying to hold on, and it's going to be a 6-pack challenge for Madison Down and Co. as they will try and get themselves through the field. Long hold by Jake Maloney here at the front. He is going to bunch everybody up, trying to coordinate this as much as possible. He finally gets the go at the bottom of the hill, and now finally they get that chance to go. And look at the mad scramble here. Christensen's already under pressure. There is going to be Andrew Gilliam now under pressure as well as they go to the line. There'll be questions about that restart, but Johnstone right now is going to be awkward. There's Chris Coxhead as well in all of this, and Madison Down searching for the inside. He's got to be so careful at this stage. Championship on a knife edge.
Indeed, and has to slot back in behind Coxhead with Christensen and Gilliam side by side right behind him. To the inside goes Down, a little tap to Chris Coxhead, and now they're side by side coming down the back straight. Madison will want to be as late on the brakes as he possibly can here. He's got the advantage of a slight draft from Damien Johnstone.
Certainly does, but they make the run now down the hill. Coxhead unable to fight this one, and you know what? He's very early on the brakes here. I think he's still fuel saving as they go on through. A lot of lockups as they go into the corners, but ultimately it's all nice and fine. There's James Scott getting through on Chris Coxhead around the outside, and now Wayne Burke trying to follow on in through the line, and he's going to get the inside then for turn 7.
Oh, no.
And he gets the big hit. Both of them go into the wall, and all of a sudden, bang! Huge contact as they go through. Coxhead able to get away. 2 into 1 doesn't go. I think Wayne Burke was trying to get a little bit too much out of that. I wouldn't be surprised if he calls for tow and calls for safety car number 3 of this one.
Yeah, looks like that car's not going anywhere. Here's a modem simulation replay then. Well, Wayne Burke trying his best to get a position up. He saw Coxhead had been compromised there by James Scott and tried to get the move done, but they just came together, and it looks like they actually banged wheels, which translated into a huge amount of momentum for Wayne Burke and straight into the tyre barriers. Fortunately, Coxhead was able to keep going, but no such luck for Wayne, until now at least. He is going, so no safety car, but he is missing his front bumper, as you can see.
Certainly is. Christensen now has himself hands full of DPR at this stage, round the outside. Wonderfully worked there by Andrew Dyson, as there is Jordan Ross and co. Trying to get through, and oh my goodness, contact there for the Mr. Antenna car of Corey Shepherd. That was a little bit not so too kosher. Here is Fortin El Nabi wanting in and trying to gain up through. Maloney leads, Myers second, and Taliancic in third. Madison Down's already up to fourth, but here comes Corey Shepherd looking for the inside then, trying to pick this move apart, and this is going to be where you try and find it here with 16 to go on the brakes down the inside, and it's going to be a little bit of too wide in the middle as well, as I believe that is someone else going to go for a big battle as they jam on the brakes into turn 3. Ethan Warren going a little bit side by side.
Yeah, that was a very late dive from Brett Loxton down at turn 1. That set Ethan Warren a cropper as we take a look at Madison down up to 3rd place now as Michael Taliancic lifts off early and lets him go. He knows that he has no part to play in this championship decider, and I would expect he'd extend the same courtesy to Gilliam and Scott just behind, who are starting to make a bit of contact with each other.
Now, the big question is Brady Myers, because he's got a horse in the race in the championship. He's got James Scott. So how difficult is he going to make it for Madison Down? We know that it's going to be life made easy here for one Mr. Jake Maloney, who knows what Madison wants. If you're in position 1, there's no way you're going to be caught. And Madison is absolutely fanging it around this circuit, trying to get close. He's already onto the back here of Brady Myers, and he knows that resistance may be futile in terms of they're both on different strategies, trying to hold on for this race compared to Madison going out there and attacking right now. But the key here for Brady Myers is he's got to do a job here for James Scott.
Indeed he does, and looks like he's doing an all right job. Oh, that's looking quite busy there on the exit of the kink. Side by side, Christensen and El Nabi, with Ethan Warren having to make a recovery. Yes, indeed, and that's El Nabi then through on Christensen. Now he's got Mr. Loxton there to try and get past. Mustang missing a bumper there. That's one of the DPR cars as Kurt Stenberg attempts to make his way past. Have a look at this.
Going to be awkward. Madison Downs trying to get to the inside. Brady Myers has got to move across now. He's boxed himself in. This is vintage Trans-Tasman racing. Try and work it out on the slow, and you can't do better than that. That is wonderfully concocted by Jake Maloney and Madison Down. That is move of the season.
Indeed. Well, Myers has managed to get up ahead of Maloney in the process, but ultimately that's Madison Down back into the lead, and that is one more nail in the coffin of the championship. Look at this.
That was James Scott getting a quarter panel there from Michael Taliancic in the 777, so that very nearly ended in tears for 888, or 088 I should say, sorry, there as he went down on the brakes into the next left of turn 5. So now we start to think about, okay, this is Madison Down back at the front once again, finding the smile, finding what's needed, and there's huge dramas. Christensen's off, they're almost 4 wide in the middle. Try and work this one out. It's now the market rush as they go up towards the next section. Someone's going to end up in tears, surely, and somehow they're fine.
Somehow. I don't believe they managed to get through there. Brian Borg on the back of Thomas Hinz there, lunging up into the right-hand kink, and Christensen having to go defensive again as well. Who's going to make a move down here? It looks like Hinzy just defending from Brian Borg as Glenn Postlethwaite and Ben Christensen are now side by side coming through the carousel. Postlethwaite just ahead, but on the outside. Let's see what they can do through here. Onto the power they go. Oh no. Oh no. Side by side into the kink. Don't do it, boys. Don't do it.
They're doing it.
Oh no. And that's Posy off.
That is Posy off. He's in the grass. He's able to save it, though, but this is going to shuffle everyone through. Christensen now under pressure here from Kenneth Latter to Fred. And there's smoke. There's drama. There's huge incidents there. That's Craig Jones who's gone straight on then and somehow has missed absolutely everybody going through. So he's able to get himself out of trouble there. But now there's huge dramas. That's Neil Pearson with a huge lot of damage on the front. I think he's had the hit, and race control has been called for it.
Yeah, that was Craig Jones getting into Pearson at Canada Corner. Pearson didn't leave him any room on the inside, but Jones decided to go for it anyway. So ultimately, that's going to compromise their race again. Adam Briggs, meanwhile, he's looking for some extra positions here, having to defend against Jordan Ross. I love watching these guys battle, and Jordan Ross running a little bit wide out of turn 3. That could compromise him. What can El Nabi do here versus Loxton?
Same strategy for those two. Brett Loxton fighting for position. He's not going to make life easy here for Forzan. Forces him to go the long way around. Look at him shepherding him over to the right-hand side of the road as Gilliam's through on Maloney now and jumps up into 3rd position. James Scott also through, picking that one up, but El Nabi around the outside we focus on. But that is going to be a lovely attempt. You'll have to go the long way around again here on Brett Loxton, who does not like to leave this one out. And he's going to force both of them off into the grass. Here comes one around the outside. That's Sean Linsell picking up both places.
Nice move there from Sean as, oh no, that is James Scott on the inside of Andrew Gilliam coming into the carousel. Is this going to be a repeat of the lap before? I certainly hope not. Oh, here we go. Andrew Gilliam trying his best to put the power down, but just able to sneak ahead is James Scott. Bumper to bumper into the kink, onto the brakes. Got to get that weight onto the fronts and just, okay, bye-bye DRS sign, I guess.
Yep, no DRS needed, not in these vehicles, but somehow, some way, Gilliam again survives to tell the tale. There's Briggsy down the inside. He fantastic. Sorry, that's Andrew Dyson, picking that one up almost on Michael Taliance. He's got to go around the outside of Bill Mitchell, though, if he wants to pick this one up, and he's not going to give this one up here as Tally. He likes to have a fight. He likes to have a scrap. He's like Fit Finlay in the World Wrestling Entertainment Company, but ultimately it is Michael Taliancic who finds himself then still ahead, at least just for the time being, as now Loxton has Kurt Stenberg for a bit of company and his good old friend Kobe Jones.
Indeed. How are they going to work it out down the front straight? Taliancic and Dyson are side by side, just up ahead of them, but have a look here at the 209 in the draft of the number 47. This could be a move down here for Chris Coxhead. Brett Loxton, my apologies. I always get them confused. He is through on Kurt Stenberg, but Stenny getting the over-under on the exit. It's going to be right back at him into turn 3. Kobe Jones is going to be loving this, but he does not want to hit his teammate. Contact between the Zuva and the TTR, and that is Stenny back through.
Now it's time. It's all about battle and opportunity. Jordan Ross through now, and Philip Worley on Michael Taliancic dropping like a stone through this field right now, as Gilliam has actually lost a place as well here to the likes of Dyson and co. So they're running into troubles here, dropping places. Wide on the brakes goes Stenberg, as we've been focusing on this one, and through goes one Mr. Brett Loxton then, up a position, but has he overcooked it into the corner? He just about holds it, so nicely played in that battle, but there have been changes. Gilliam has dropped 2 places over the course of this lap. I am concerned to see how he has managed to do that one with the huge drop that he's had. And the answer is very simple. He outbroke himself, nearly ran straight into the back of James Scott and lost 2 places for his troubles.
Yeah, that was down at turn 5. I'm just reviewing it now myself. It looks like he just completely missed his braking point and had to take to the tarmac outside the circuit. Here's the replay. Now have a look at Andrew Gilliam here. Just has to go for the gap and run straight off into the runoff area. Flat spot on those tyres potentially, and wow, they got a bit of a surprise there down at turn 5 with Mr. Shepherd making his way around Taliancic, the outside. Brilliant.
Absolutely. Madison Down leads, though, 1.8 seconds over Brady Myers in second. Now, Sean Linsell here is under pressure from Forzan El Navi. This is for 13th place. And at this stage, you feel Forzan's off the back of the group. And in comes Linsell, actually, to make a stop. So not comfortable enough that he can make it home on a set of fuel and tyres. So he'll come down in, get a splash and a dash, and try and get himself going. Maybe even a penalty, potentially, that he's got. But ultimately, it seems at this stage, though, it's number 77's championship to lose right now. He's 11-12 laps away from home, and he is clear of everybody else. This is the sort of race that's been a little bit chaotic, but it's one that he is happy to be at the front of right now.
Yes, indeed, and with quite the gap as well. He's under no threat from Brady Myers at all, and it seems that Myers just holding station in front of his teammate for now. I don't know if they're going to do a position swap at some point down the line, but that's the way things stand at the moment. There's Gilliam still behind Jake Maloney and Andrew Dyson, and he'll be ruining that mistake down at turn 5 on the previous lap. He's got some work to do here.
He certainly does, and he knows he's got to get by Dyson, he's got to get by Maloney, and Maloney's going to be a tricky customer to go and get by at the very least as they make that run through, and now they'll look to attack here to get the carousel corner as I get a little bit of hiccups there, ladies and gentlemen. But at this stage, it looks like at this moment it's going to be all about the latter stages. It's going to be about now trying to pick up those positions and not getting too caught out with a little bit of contact here or a little bit of contact there. We've had 2 safety cars in this race in relatively quick succession, and now this is all about the attack to the end. You would feel at this stage the field starting to spread itself out quite nicely, and it's about now battle, and it's about one position here and there, and working out how far up the order can you start to look as you get the likes of, say, on the back of Andrew Gilliam now, Adam Briggs, and then you get Ross and Shepherd here, who are not a million miles away from this next pack.
Yeah, not a million miles away at all as Corey Shepherd tries again there on Jordan Ross, just showing him the nose at the last turn. It's very easy to unsettle a driver in front of you because you have to go out wide on the entry as you're turning and braking. It's very easy to make mistakes, and it's quite a draft there for Mr. Shepherd. Oh, yep, James Scott indeed through on Mr. Brady Myers. That's the Altus cars maintaining the podium positions.
It is, but James Scott now in second will have to try and give chase to Madison Down, but he's 3.5 seconds adrift at this moment. There's not much you can do here. Brady Myers knows better than to let that one go, or to fight that one, I should say. He will happily just sit in behind and try and consolidate from now to the end. Maloney is very much holding everybody else up in the train. I just saw a little look there of Andrew Gilliam trying to go through, and Myers has in fact overcooked it through turn number 5, and that is Gilliam up in position as well, and suddenly the DPR cars are side by side, and this is going to bring shades of, oh, how's this going to go? Briggs and Dyson here as they go through the corner, and that is Briggsy straight on through and takes the position, no troubles.
No troubles at all, and that's another car between himself and the pursuant Ross and Shepherd. Remember, those guys have been racing in and around each other for the vast majority of this race so far. Andrew Gilliam, meanwhile, right on the back of Jake Maloney, just ahead of these guys. You see them there in the picture now. And looking at lap times, well, Andrew Gilliam taking 0.4 of a second out of Jake Maloney on the last lap, and Shepherd still pressuring Ross once again through the kink. Let's see if he goes for the move again at the last turn.
Well, we'll see if the move comes in, and it happens. It's going to be over to Canada. We start to have that look on the brake. Shepherd diving for the inside here on Jordan Ross. Is there enough room to work this one out? On the outside there is, and Jordan Ross just about holds station then in the Synergy Sim Racing car, leading Synergy car at this stage in position number 8, and no chance of a move from the Mr. Antenna Premier Racing Team machine that Corey Shepherd rides in right now here in 9th place. He'll want to try and get a good run up the hill, but everybody else here in front is also getting that same run up the hill and trying to fight hard for these places they are. And ultimately, Gilliam, I think, is having a look down to the inside at turn number 1. In fact, he has. He's got the move done. Has he? Yes, he does on Jake Maloney. That was easy picking.
Indeed it was. So he is now through, and he's got a sniff of a draft there on the back of Brady Myers and James Scott, so there's a chance for Gilliam to get back onto the podium as Neil Pearson comes in for a penalty. Ben Christensen has been black flagged by race control as well. They're both serving their penalty at the same time.
They certainly are, and they all look to get themselves out and away and moving again. There is the damaged car of Jamie McKnight there in the middle of all of that, and as things stand, I believe Zuva are going to be okay when it comes to the points in the championship, as Andrew Dyson here on the back of his teammate Adam Briggs. Maloney there, and big dramas. That is Brady Myers going for a bit of a moment. Andrew Gilliam jumps up into the podium. Myers is struggling on the tyre life. Now all of a sudden, across the beams, Maloney trying to find a way through, and that was Briggsy again. Adam Briggs trying to find himself a way around the outside there at turn 8. It wasn't going to work. Carousel time, and all of a sudden, everyone's starting to trip up over each other. This gets dangerous for a podium fight.
Indeed it does, and the reason that all went off is because Brady Myers overshot turn 5. He had to take to the runoff area. So Andrew Gilliam with the gap now up ahead of them, but Myers with Maloney, Briggs and Dyson all behind him looking for this position. A little look from Briggs on Maloney, but nothing doing for the moment.
Nothing yet, but they have time on the horizon. There will be a full 8 laps to go. When they cross the line, they'll have themselves, 9 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line. So they've got time on the horizon to work this out. This is a long lap around here, so 9 opportunities gives you a lot of leeway here to make those moves, to gain up the positions. And what can one Mr. Adam Briggs find to get himself a top 5? He hasn't really had many of those in this championship this season. He's arguably been the most deserving of them so far. Big Big lunge down to the inside, late on the brakes. Has he got that one slowed down? Somehow he does, and he's got something on the exit to go. Maloney's going to try and fight this one back, but Dyson now is going to be over him like a swarm of rats trying to get this one done, and ultimately none off the sinking ship just yet.
Not indeed. I mean, Adam Briggs, that was a very brave move down at turn 1. It looks like he's consolidated it for now, but you see Maloney looking for a move. Andrew Dyson then switches to the outside, forces Maloney to compromise his line into the turn. They turn in, and Maloney stays just ahead, but a bit of contact on exit. This is going to allow Jordan Ross potentially to get in on it. There is the move. No, not quite again for Corey Shepherd. He must be so frustrated right now. He's been staring at the back of Jordan Ross pretty much the whole race, and he hasn't been able to get past him.
It's like trying to play a game and then you suddenly find out that your opponent's playing the Matrix with all of these overtakes. It looks like he's weaving and getting himself out of the way every single time. It looks like Corey Shepherd's got more combinations of overtake than are safe, and he's just unable to unlock them.
Yeah. Unlocking them one by one. Oh, a little incident for Briggs on the exit of the carousel. Very slight dip into the grass as we look further back. Whoa, that was Mr. Christensen going for a bit of a spin at turn 5. Fortunately, keeps out of the way of the race on Orr's car for the most part. As we switch back to Jordan Ross down at Canada Corner. The Concertina once again coming into the braking zone. And Philip Worley on the back of these guys now. He stands a chance of gaining a few positions back.
Ding dong, Mr. El Nabi's approaching, and that will mean that everybody in the train will be on notice right now, because there's only about 6 seconds between 3rd and now 11th place, which El Nabi holds. He's got to go through the table if he wants to get a good finish to this championship. It's pretty much secured that he's in 2nd place right now, but he knows better than anybody else. This is the final stages of this race. Now, Brett Loxton wants in on Michael Taliancic. Can't go to the inside, so we'll try the outside, why don't we? And you know what? Taliancic gives him it. He knows he's not fighting Brett Loxton for this race, as now behind that, Kobe Jones finds himself a little bit of stuckness at this stage. He's got Kurt Stenberg here to deal with, and it's a case of West Coast versus East Coast. It's Perth versus the Gold Coast.
Indeed it is, and it looks like a good exit from Stenny, and Jones unable to respond to him at the initial throttle application. Brian Borg, though, is lurking behind Kobe Jones. You might see him in a couple of seconds when they get down to turn 5. There he is, and whoa, that's a big dive there from Kobe Jones. Stenberg sees him coming, though, and leaves him the room on the inside. They almost touch on the exit, but again, Jones giving Stenberg just enough room there. It looks like he might try and slip through here at turn 6. Yes, he has. Bit of contact, but no harm, no foul for the most part.
Brian Borg trying to be aggressive here down the inside. Thomas Hinds is on the back of this. 5th in the championship confirmed at this stage, with Jake Maloney just behind trying to steal away into that 5th place, with him itself in 6th right now. But this is some good fighting that we got here. There is the battles that we can see here out on screen. And as we look back, there is Forza El Nabi starts to close on in. Now, here's the really crucial thing for the team's championship. The Zuva cars are exactly 1 place behind each of the United cars, which gives them the championship right now.
That it does. So they'll have to make a couple of changes before the end of this one. Try and find a little bit of extra time. Maybe look after the tyres for a few laps and bring them back for a run at the end.
Always a chance, and now you start wondering here about the end of this race. Who's got exactly what they need? On the brakes they go into the final corner. This train behind now Kobe Jones, who's trying to break away from Kurt Stenberg, and who's done a pretty good job of that over the half of a lap that we've seen so far. But they now have 6 laps to figure this one out when they next cross the line. They're on to 7 laps to go here. Here's Christian Smart. He's got Rob Bowden. You can't miss his livery on the brakes. The tanked SRT machine in towards turn number 1. No dice. You're not going to find a move just yet.
Yeah, it looked like Bowden lifted off a bit early before the turn just to let Christian Smart go. If they're racing for those minor positions, they don't want to get in each other's way too much. That said, Rob Bowden carrying the brakes quite a fair way into turn 3. So That's going to be another reset on that battle. Meanwhile, just ahead of them, it looks like Thomas Hins in the draft of Brian Borg is looking for a move at turn 5. Is he going to dive to the inside? No. He's going to be nice and careful, but Borgie up the inside of Stenny doesn't quite get past the B pillar, though, so has to wait and see again. Oh, Hinsey's getting hungry.
He certainly is. He's certainly looking for opportunities. Maybe he's thinking about this chance in the Ratu racing car to maybe jump up into 16th place. How sweet would that be at this stage as Thomas Hins hopes to get himself into the right place to attack and to give himself the move, but it is defended through the corner here by Brian Borg. He wants none of Thomas Hins behind him, and he's thinking about, okay, well, I've got to consolidate my place first, then I can go out there and attack, and that's just simply not going to work in this sort of battle. Back forward though, here's Andrew Dyson. He's still stuck on the back here of Jake Maloney. He wants a way through. He thinks about it, lunges over to the inside, and Maloney's going to have to give him that one. Easy pick. Oh no, contact on the exit. Jordan Ross, nowhere to go as he tried to go through. That was a case of miscommunication.
Yeah, it was. Having another look at that, it just seems like, well, Maloney tried to switch over for the over-under, but Jordan Ross was carrying an awful lot of speed through Canada corner. Oh dear, asked for a tow has Jake Maloney.
Certainly has, and now that could really throw a spanner in the works here with Madison Down clear at the front. There will be questions on whether this will be granted or not. He gets the big copped hit then on the side, tries to go forward, ends up in no man's land then trying to get going, and then that tow effectively means that he is going to be right in a very difficult position. He tried to get off the circuit as he gets a safety car late on. We're in for a shootout here when it comes to this race. James Scott is given life in this one as Jake Maloney on the edge of the road has decided, you know what, I can't get it going from here. It's a safety car.
Well, now Madison Down will lift off as much as he can, preserve the fuel load, and collect the safety car when it finds him. And oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage there for Cameron Dance. And I mean, a tyre change is going to help somewhat, but that's going to require a lot of repairs. Ben Christensen coming straight in, Tyler Blackburn, one of the Zuva cars of Chris Coxhead right there. I got his name right first time, thank goodness.
Yeah, Chris Coxhead in then to get a stop and maybe even a huge advantage on the tyres late on in this race. A lot of drivers will not be taking that stop, but this is how it looks then. Madison Down leads, James Scott second, Andrew Gilliam third, Brady Myers fourth, and it's Adam Briggs who rounds the top 5 in the 72 DPR car. Then you got Dyson, Ross, Worley, El Nabi there in 9th, and Corey Shepherd in 10th. There's the very big key number, and it's who's out of this race at this stage. We've lost Daniel Mizdale, Andrew Fraser, Glenn Morris, Wayne Burke, Ethan Warren, Kenneth Latter, Sean McNamara, and now we have lost Jake Maloney as well. So that puts us down to 32 runners here in this field. Crucially, it's position 21, which is the big number to focus on for Madison Down, which means effectively it's a crash in the last couple of laps, caused by, say, a safety car and a restart aggressive by James Scott, which could really pivot the championship any number of ways.
100%. And this guy right here, Forzan El Nabi, will be hoping for a miracle out of this safety car to try and get back up towards the front, try and take that championship fight to the very last lap, but with only 4 laps to go for him once he crosses the line, momentarily, that's just slipping further and further away, still in 10th place as the pit lane continues to have some activity going on.
Certainly does. This is going to need to be an aggressive restart here from James Scott. He's got one thing in mind and one thing only. He must attack Madison Down. There's no other way for it. If he wants the win, if he wants to also, this is something to keep in mind as well here, Reese, bookend the championship with wins at the first and last rounds. He's got to be aggressive here and make sure that number 77 doesn't have everything his own way. Difficult to coordinate, but if he gets the jump and he reads Madison Down off the restart, he could be in a really, really good position.
He could be, but he doesn't quite know what to expect because, well, we've only had one safety car restart under the lead of Madison Down, and he went right at the apex of the last turn. He might decide to change it up this time and hold on to the coasting a little bit longer out of the last corner. So James Scott has to be incredibly alert here, but but bookending the season, that would certainly be a good summing up of James Scott's 2020.
Absolutely. He's been doing very well. He started the season at the Evolution Racing team, moved over to Altus, try and get a better perspective, and he's been so consistent with that switch over. He knows what he needs to do now. He needs to be out there, aggressive, and making moves. Gilliam's there in third. Myers will be holding on late here in this one in the number 22 car in fourth place. He's just got to try and keep it all together, keep it nicely under wraps, and try and hope that he has exactly what he needs late on in this race. Other drivers who have had great runs up through the field. Michael Taliancic there in 12th position. These safety car laps certainly will have given him quite a bit of help right now in 12th, but he's got to hold on to the likes of Kobe Jones and Kurt Stenberg and co, who will definitely want to try and get through as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot of work to do, an awful lot of pressure on him coming off this restart. It's going to be another hectic one, and we're going to try our best to keep a handle on it for you, but as it stands, Madison Down is on course for his third V8 SCOPS title. Touch wood. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on you, Madison, but either way, it's going to be one heck of a finish. I'm looking forward to it.
It's this lap, so it will be 4 laps to figure out a championship. Madison Down in control of the field. Safety car will have that ability to move away from the pack. And now it's about aggressive driving from James Scott in the 088. Madison can't afford to run into troubles. That's the only thing that he's got to be worried about right now. A bit of contact here would drop him miles down the order. He can't afford to be spun in any way, shape or form. These drivers race with the most utmost of respect. And when you're a 2-time champion here, looking for another one, you got to start thinking here if you're number 77. This is the time that you need to be right up at the very top of your game. Through the final corner, goes immediately, and James Scott maybe half-wise to it, but not enough that gives him the chance. He was a little bit slow on the exit there, and Madison Down has got the worldie of jumps as we go back to the green here on lap 36 and 39. 4 laps to go. Gilliam immediately right hard to the pit wall as here comes Brady Myers with a new lease of life, going to the outside, trying to pick this move off. And you know what? He's trying every which way to get this one to work. Gilliam's going to give him a little bit of door on the exit here. And look at that, wing mirror to wing mirror as they go in towards turn number 3. On the brakes goes Gilliam. And has he managed to just slow it up? Yes, he has. What a move.
Yeah, blocks off Mr. Myers at the exit, but watch for him to come back here at turn 5. The big train is behind him. They got Adam Briggs right on the back of him. Dyson, then Ross, Worley, and El Nabi. They are the pack there at the moment. And wow, big defense from Andrew Gilliam, but late move there from Brady Myers to the inside. Looks like he might have been able to get the position back. He has.
Great move, and now look at this. Briggs, he's going to dive for the inside as well. He wants 4th place off of Andrew Gilliam. He's not going to get it just yet. He'll have to look to the outside. He's not going to get there, though. So opportunity knocking, didn't quite find it. El Nabi trying to move up places. He couldn't get by Philip Worley there at turn 5. He'll try again here at the hurry downs. No, he's not going to find that one then. And he'll be thinking about this, going, okay, not yet, but we still got to get moving here. There'll be 3 laps after this, and those 3 laps are going to be vital. You've got to be out there attacking. Madison Down already out to 0.8 of a second. He's done wonderfully off of this restart. This is the mark of the champion he is. He has masterminded every aspect of sim racing.
Yeah, it seems he is prepared for every eventuality here, while the rest of the field struggles to figure things out behind him. Andrew Gilliam and Adam Briggs still line astern here, with Andrew Dyson right behind them. Brady Myers, it seems, managing to gap Gilliam down the back half of the circuit, but down the front stretch, it's going to be a completely different story. Have a look at how close Gilliam gets into the final turn. He's trying his best here to nab the podium position back. If there's anything Andrew Gilliam wants out of this, if he can't get the championship, he can get another podium.
Those tyres will be curing for Brady Myers. He'll be able to get a little bit more lease of life. That's why he's able to fight on the same terms. Madison Down, mark of a man, fastest lap, 206.956 then, on lap 36 of 39 here at Road America. Here's the battle, though, that we're looking at. It's for the podium here. third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and ad infinitum, it seems, as El Nabi's thinking of the inside here at the moment. He's having to defend, actually, at this stage from Corey Shepherd, so he's now under pressure. Brett Loxton's right on the back of this one in 11th. He wants to get a little bit closer right now because he's got Team's Championship that he needs to think of. There is the driver there of one Mr. Jamie McKnight. He's flashing the headlights. He knows what he needs right now. On the brakes they go. There is Wally trying to attack here against Jordan Ross. He's not close enough. Look at those three Simrigs.com DPR cars. What a race they've had so far.
What a race indeed. I think this has been, outside of the Enduros, one of DPR's finest performances. They have pulled up and come up with all of the best they have to offer right now. I love watching them go and being able to race as cleanly as they have with other drivers as well. There's been a huge amount of respect, but Jordan Ross has gotten a drive-through penalty.
Oh, that's harsh, I think, but one that I'm sure the stewards will have ample reasoning for. But Jordan Ross now will depart this battle. He knows he's got to serve that and serve that PD in Q because he's running out of laps. He will drop way down the order here and outside of the top 10. A real shame for him in the way that he's run. That will now put 3 Simrigs.com cars, 5, 6, and 7 in this field, as that's the defensive line from Brady Myers, and all of a sudden wide went Gilliam here trying to get this through. Adam Briggs, he's like a kid with ADHD at the moment. He can't sit still. He's trying to work out a way to get himself through, and he's just not able to find this move at this stage. Can he find himself the opportunity here to get himself the chance? And at the moment, no, he can't, because he doesn't get the run off the exit. Andrew Gilliam does, and they chase up the hill, and he's not close enough. In comes Jordan Ross for his penalty now, 2 to go.
Yeah, and a reminder that penalty for Jordan Ross is for the incident with Jake Maloney that brought out the last safety car. Coming into turn 1 then, Brady Myers has got 3 drivers behind him, all in Mustangs, wanting that podium position. Adam Briggs could get a podium here. That would be a wonderful way to bookend his season. Andrew Gilliam wants one too. Andrew Dyson would love to revisit the podium after taking the win in Split 2 at Montreal.
Absolutely, now the lights flashing here from Andrew Gilliam. He goes to the tricks in the book, trying to get the distraction out of the way. Has he got to look to the inside potentially? No, it's already defended here by Brady Myers, who's very early on the brakes, takes 2 stabs to go through, and that's a mistake. He runs wide. Here comes Gilliam down the inside, and he'll completely get that. El Nabi trying to get the move done as well on Worley. He runs wide as well, trying to slow that up. So there goes Gilliam through the position. Now, what about this? El Nabi has actually lost the place back once again, and here comes Brett Loxton, crucial for the team's championship, trying to fight away around the outside. He can't get there.
Just cannot. He had a hint of trying one at the Hurry Downs, but ended up electing to stay behind. Philip Worley and Corey Shepherd then making their way past El Nabi. This race has just fallen apart for Forzan in the final few laps. It's not the end to the championship that he would have wanted, but I think he can still look back on this season and feel proud about what he's achieved. But we still got to work out this podium. Andrew Gilliam has managed to gap Brady Myers somewhat, and I'm seeing a hint of a move from Adam Briggs sometime on the final lap. We'll have to wait and see. But further up ahead, Madison Down in a comfortable lead here over James Scott, and he's going to come up to get the white flag on the Scops season.
1.3 seconds only. That's what Madison Down has, but it's looked comfortable all day long for him. Behind for third, it is not so much. The contenders maybe for next season will feel like they are in for a real opportunity right now. Gilliam, Myers, Briggs, Dyson, and they will be looking at this one going, okay, can we steal a podium away? Briggsy thinking about turn 1. He's not going to get it this time, but he's now got to think about turn 5. That's the next best place. He's going to get that move. Big slide coming in there through from Brady Myers, and this could have just opened up the door here for Adam Briggs, who's leaning to that inside, wanted to get in the mirrors here of Myers to try and pick up that 4th place. Of course, you've got Andrew Dyson just there behind, who definitely wants in, definitely wants top 5, but now you start to wonder, okay, draft central here as we head through the Moraine sweep for the final time. Is there a chance to make this move happen? Again, another look here from one Mr. Adam Briggs, and again, he is not going to quite get there. He's still thinking about this one as wide goes Worley in the background. That will allow El Nabi the chance to dive through on the inside. I believe he just has taking the place away. There, down the inside, desperately trying to get through is Brett Loxton. He's going to pick this one up, but they're going to stay side by side here through the next section. No, they're not. Brady Myers then is still in full position, but Brett Loxton is up into ninth position. There is Myers. They're trying to hold on, and he's doing well. He's got one more corner to defend. That is Canada, which is the big corner. He's got to get through. He's got to go through the very bumpy kettle bottoms, though, to get himself over towards that section, and he knows better than anybody else. He's just got to defend that well. He's doing a wonderful job of holding on the older tyres, and that is a race that he has recovered very nicely. But focus will have to go down to number 77 at this stage. This has been a dry, barren period for him in terms of championships. It's been a long time since he's been up there at the very top. It's been the Jared Filsell show for the last couple of years. Drivers like Ethan Grigalt, like Ian Ford have really come to the forefront. But when it came to 2020, there was nobody who was going to take it away from here. There's dramas at the back end of the circuit. But for Madison Down, he will get himself back on the winner's step. Dried up no more, has been no more. Madison Down is your winner and your champion of 2020 Scops.
And a big congratulations, I think, from everyone, because considering that he missed the first few rounds, Madison Down has pulled off one of the finest full season drives I have ever seen. We'll get a quick replay of that incident down at the back. I saw Rob Bowden and Thomas Hinz involved in it, but we will take a look at Brady Myers. Something happened to him at the line. Did he run out of fuel?
It looked close, and you can see here he actually blocks the run coming over to the line. I'm not sure that he was going to get there in time here was Adam Briggs, but he maybe felt egregious there in terms of that late move that blocked him any chance of really making that happen. It was very interesting to see, but we catch an eye here on Rob Bowden and Thomas Hinz. So both of them found themselves in the wall, coming out through the kink corner right now. It'll be down at Canada where they all run into troubles here. So we'll see how this one all plays out. Hinzy's trying to get himself to the outside to make this one work. On the brakes they go. You have to say, Rob Bowden held his line and Thomas Hinz was starting to break to the inside.
Yeah, it did look like that from my perspective. So that's not the way either of those drivers would have wanted their season to finish. But I think Thomas Hinz can take a few commiserations from that. He's still finished well in the top 10 in the championship. But this guy is in full-on celebration mode. Madison Down burning out through every single corner and to right.
Absolutely. He has every reason to be happy, just getting himself all of the expression session out right now. This has been a year of very hard work. He knew what he needed. It was a case of trouble when maybe in the mid part of the season, just before VIR, it looked like the VRS Trans-Tasman team was going to be all sorts of just Madison Down trying to fight, nobody there to help him. Then his team started to step up around him and say, come on, lads, we need to try and get a better work ethic in right now. That's when you saw Hampstead put in more effort. That's when you saw Maloney put in more effort. And then when it came to Enduros, getting Dane Warren in was a big coup for Madison Down. And he knew that if he could just hold on to the latter end of the season, he had every reason to be excited. And, well, why wouldn't you be right now? He's managed to pick up another championship on the books. Let's take ourselves then through official classified results then on screen for you. This is how everyone has finished here today at Road America to end the 2020 season. And it is Madison Down who will cap off his season in style. A race victory, an hour, 31 minutes and 9 seconds, led from pole to pick up that win. James Scott will take second position with Andrew Gilliam holding on for that podium. Little bit of controversy over fourth place. Brady Myers and Adam Briggs will have their little bit of a conversation when they get themselves pulled into the pit lane as Andrew Dyson gets sixth place. Corey Shepherd will take seventh with Forzan Olnavi in eighth place. It was not the race he was hoping for today, but eighth still it is, with Brett Loxton ninth, Philip Worley rounding out the top 10.
In 11th place, all the way up from 28th, was Michael Taliancic in the 777. Kobe Jones finishing just behind him there in 12th, with Kurt Stenberg coming home lucky 13. Qualified in the top 10, but unfortunately got banged around a little bit. Brian Borg gains one position, finishes 14th, while Christian Smart in 15th. Postlethwaite and Frid 16th and 17th, with the top 20 rounded out by Damian Johnstone, Sean Linsell and Jamie McKnight. Another good run up from 37th.
We look, though, to 21st position overall. That goes to Ben Christensen, who had an up and down and all-around sort of drive in the number 9. Rob Bowden gets himself 22nd, with Josh Morris in 23rd. Thomas Hinds is relegated down to 24th position after his contact late on, with Bradley Vaughan and Craig Jones 25th and at 26th. Simon Chadwick in the 9.5 Simsport car gets 27th, with Tyler Blackburn, Cameron Dance and Neil Pearson making 30 over the line.
Chris Coxhead is lining up with his teammate Brett Loxton on the grid for a team photo. He came home in 31st ahead of Jordan Ross, and they were the last classified finishers. Jake Maloney, unfortunately, with that incident with Jordan Ross, retiring and bringing out the last safety car. Sean McNamara couldn't make it to the finish either. Neither could Kenneth Latter. Ethan Warren, he was running really well, but has to settle for another retirement. Wayne Burke, well, he was even leading at one point, but it couldn't happen for him. Glenn Morris, Andrew Fraser, and Daniel Mizdale rounding out our field. My goodness, what a season.
What a season indeed. And it's not done here. We're going to step aside for one moment on the iRacing Esports Network. We're back with the post-race show after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time to the Virtual Racing School SCOPS 2020 season, as we get a nice little look at what it means to be a champion and the celebration that comes along with it. It's Donut Central here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and it's one which he can be so very, very proud of performing for one, and picking up the victory for another. He gets the championship with a win, which is the perfect way to end off the season for him. Madison Down, your 2020 season champion, as he picks up another smile to get himself going forward with. My name's Jake Sperry, joined alongside by Reese Gardner. And Reese, that goes down as one of the great drives in the season, because of the fact that he had to do it all at the front. He had to work hard to get through, but every time he needed to step up and he was worried with the 3 safety cars that we had today, he stepped up to the plate magnificently.
He did indeed. You know, Madison is a very wise competitor. He's been doing this for a huge amount of time now, winning 10 official iRacing Supercar Championships, and now this is his third V8SCOPS title, and it's something that he will surely be happy with. And I agree, it was one of his best drives. He played the strategy perfectly. He reacted super well to every single thing that was thrown at him. Those safety cars could have put him out of contention, but he knows what he's doing, and he stayed in it.
And speaking of staying in it, we'll have an opportunity to talk with the champion right now, Madison. That had to go down as probably the way you wanted that season to end. We've seen it over the last 2 years. We've seen it as well. The championship leader coming into the final round wins the race and takes the championship with them. How important was that run today? Because it looked like that you had just an extra yard of pace compared to everyone else out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jake. And yeah, awesome night tonight. The car was a rocket ship. Got pole, which was, one tick off the list there, and got a good start. That was the second important thing. And yeah, the car was fast. So that was the third. And obviously the best way to get a result is have a fast car. So we had that tonight. We had a good pace advantage. It wasn't much in it, but every time we had a safety car thrown at us there, we were able to work it out and make sure we stayed up the front. So yeah, awesome night. A big thanks to everybody at Trans-Tasman Racing this year. We've had a ripper year. The back 6 months of this year in particular have been incredible for us. We've only dropped roughly 2 race wins in that period. So to get the championship win, the second one in V8SCOPS for me, and the Enduro Cup as well in the same year is just awesome. So really happy.
Let's talk about Trans-Tasman then in the mid part of the season, because it looked like, especially when it was heading just before VIR, that, that you had the team around you and there wasn't really many people out there racing in your team and giving that opportunity and putting, maybe some would say, the time and effort in behind the scenes. But the opportunity then to step up to the plate and everybody doubling down on that effort and that opportunity, was that the catalyst that gave you the opportunity to fight for this championship and take it all the way?
I think there was a few things. We as a team wanted to do a fair bit more preparation around getting up to speed with this car. At the start of the year, we were a little bit demotivated. We just didn't really get on top of it. And a few things actually happened. And as small as it might seem, I think one of the major parts for us was actually a livery update from Tim Pattinson Design. We didn't have that from the start of the year. And whenever you actually get a new livery on your car, it actually motivates the team a lot to want to drive and really want to put the effort in. And that, along with some good results around that same period, really pushed the team to race hard, not only with everyone in the field, but also each other. We were very competitive with each other this year, and I think that really paid off.
And in terms of paying off, of course, it's no secret that you've got a star-studded lineup over at your team. You've got Richard Hampstead, you've got Jake Maloney, who unfortunately didn't get the result that he wanted to today. You've got so many drivers up and down your roster who can go out there and challenge for top 10s, top 5s, and really hit that next level. In terms of Trans-Tasman, do you see this being as a level where you see the team moving along with you, jumping towards that same level it was at, say, in the 2018s? Or are you maybe looking at this one going, well, this is my team, my championship, it's my time to effectively hold the flag and make sure that I'm the flag bearer and the standard maker when it comes to this championship?
I think you always want to be the standard maker. I think you always want to be the pace setter. And this year we were very fortunate to have a fast car, particularly in the back end of this year, but it's been a ripper year for the team, as you said. We had a good 17 and 18 where we had a lot of cars up the front consistently. This year we were able to break a bit of a hoodoo for myself with Enduro Cup, and traditionally we haven't been great with Enduro Cups as a team over the years, so we've had a lot of good successes this year. I think I'm hoping we can keep that momentum going into 2021. We've got a couple of guys that might be back in the mix, like Josh Anderson joining the team this year. Hasn't really shown his face too much in V8SCOPS or in any servers, but he's very keen to be involved more in the Supercar series. So we've got a couple more names coming to the series, and I think that'll be a really good thing for the team.
Well, Madison, it is a championship at the end of the year, and you can be happy that you are on the top step of the podium here with us today on SimSpeed TV and, of course, the iRacing Esports Network. The stage is yours. Shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank.
A big thanks to everyone at TTR this year. The amount of work that goes on behind the scenes with setups is incredible. We haven't been as active in the last few rounds, but certainly the building blocks we created earlier this year have really helped us and really put us in the position where we've been able to have a strong car straight away in every round. So big thanks to everyone, and I mean everyone. They've spotted, they've done a lot of work behind the scenes. So a big thanks also to Virtual Racing School. Great to have them on board again as a title sponsor of the series, but also as a primary sponsor on my car. And great to fly the Virtual Racing School flag really well with the data pack, I guess, proving pretty competitive with the data pack car winning the series. So really cool to do that. Bianti model cars as well came on this year, and they've been fantastic. They're so enthusiastic about iRacing in the series. So big thanks to them, and also the Next Level Racing guys as well. They've really got behind me as well. The GT track they've provided has been a great tool this year, and I've really enjoyed it. So big thanks to everybody that's supported as well. And I'll jump off now, but awesome to win the second series for me. I'm ecstatic with that.
A worthy champion to go along with that as well. Madison down, a victory and a championship to go along with it. Second place today went to James Scott. He stood by with one Mr. Reese Gardner.
He is indeed. Welcome to the commentary box, Mr. James Scott, and a podium for you in the final round of the season. Finished ahead of Andrew Gilliam, though it wasn't quite enough to make up the deficit to third place in the championship. Nonetheless, it's a great way to finish the season for you.
Yeah, that's right. It's been an awesome season. Running closer to the front this year compared to last. But yeah, Andrew's been good. Obviously, Madison was on another level these last few rounds. So hopefully in the off season we can find a little bit of speed to try and be up there again.
Indeed. Looking back through this race, starting in third, it was a bit of a surprise seeing Corey Shepherd qualify so well, and he obviously played a factor in those initial first laps. But beyond that point, how did you approach the strategy?
Sort of from Corey did an awesome job. So yeah, he's been doing an awesome job the last few rounds. So congrats to him. But yeah, it was hopefully we get a good start, which we did, and got ahead of Corey into turn one, and then tried to stick with Madison as much as we could, which I did for the sort of a few laps there. But then he was able to pull away. And then yeah, sort of the strategy sort of panned out all by itself with the safety cars. So there wasn't too much thought that went into going anything off that beaten track, really.
And obviously you had your teammate Brady Myers up there with you at the start and at the end. And I guess very good for the team to see two cars up there in the top 5 positions.
Yeah, it is. We've all been working really well as a team since I've come on board, sort of midway through the year. So thanks to all the guys at Altus. If you've just driven the Enduros or driven their solo rounds, we've all worked really well. But yeah, it's awesome for the team to get 2 and 4, and Brady to come back from having a hardware failure in that first stint there. That's pretty awesome for him.
It certainly is. And with this optimism in the Altus camp, looking forward to 2021, you started this season on a high. You're looking to do the same next season?
Yeah, that's right. I think sort of any championship, it's really good to start strong. But I assume there'll be a lot of competition as there was this year. So we'll have to step it up again if we want to stay at the front.
Well, before we let you go, Mr. Scott, anyone that you would like to thank from your garage?
All the guys at Altus Esports. Congratulations on a great year. Obviously, congratulations to Madison. He's been faultless pretty much this whole season. So he definitely deserves that one. And obviously all our great partners, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Own 3D, Race Tech Seats, and of course you guys for putting on the great broadcast and the SCOPS admin.
Thank you very much, James Scott there, finishing in second. And Sperry, the next driver we're going to interview, confirmed P3 in the championship. You stood by with Andrew Gilliam.
I certainly am. And Andrew, that was a little bit hairy and scary in the late stages of that race. You had to work hard to get past Brady Myers. Let's just talk about the race first and foremost. How difficult was it to stop and start with the 3 safety cars tonight?
Really mixed things up because I know the racing's been pretty clean
of late. So we haven't really had that last mad dash to the line sort of racing for quite a while. So yeah, that really sort of spun the race on its head, and it gave people like Myers, who are like struggling to make fuel to the end, a chance to sort of start attacking now. And yeah, had a crack of a race with Brady, and yeah, it was an awesome race.
Let's talk championship. We just said earlier there, P3 for you overall. Is this the moment that you now start to look at this championship? You start looking at next season going, was that exactly what you need to sort of bring in and maybe give an opportunity for? And now is this maybe the time that you start thinking of, okay, I am now a championship contender. I did take it to the final round. Can we now put ourselves in a position to go out there and maybe go 2 steps better next time out?
Absolutely. This whole year has been all about getting into that championship contention, and we've chipped away at it all year, and now we're consistently in the top 3. Like we've had well over 5 or more podiums this year alone, and that's the first time this year that Pursuit Racing's really had podium. So yeah, we've really chipped away with it, and we've now got like that sort of process down, that formula that we need to like consistently stay there, and now we can like go into next year off the back of podiums and start pushing for those next 2 steps.
And in terms of pushing for those next 2 steps then, it looked like, especially in the early parts of the season, it was about finding your feet with the new car. And now that you have found your feet, is this a case where you can now build up a solid foundation early and maybe you are maybe a lot better placed than you were last year?
Absolutely. I think I've come leaps and bounds since the start of this year. Yeah, like I was probably like a top 10 sort of driver at the start of the year, and we've chipped away at it, and then we got our first win at Mosport, and then we've just sort of stayed there. Like once we sort of found like sprinkles of pace here and there, and we really investigated where it came from, and now we've taken it to every track. So yeah, we're definitely going to be able to take it next year.
Floor is yours. Shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I'd love to give a massive shout out to Track Racer, MXTV, and 6 Gear Imagery for their support. And like always, I wouldn't be here without the entire team. We just the amount of hours everyone's put in this year, and all the technical knowledge and all the ideas everyone throws in, and the battle practicing. Like it's a team effort. And I wouldn't be here by myself. So big thank you to the team. Big thank you to you guys for your commentary throughout the year. It's been fantastic, and I've really enjoyed racing all these really big names this year, and the respect from everyone I've been racing this year has been fantastic. So yeah, thank you very much to everyone, and see you next year.
Respect given, respect deserved. Andrew Gilliam picks up 3rd position overall. It was an up and down and all around race, but he somehow managed to get 4th place. Brady Myers stood by with Reese Gardner.
He is indeed. G'day, Brady. First off, I mean, you finished where you started in 4th, but that doesn't even begin to tell the story. What kind of hardware failure did you suffer early on?
So what happened is my paddles on my wheel just completely stopped shifting, so it wouldn't shift up or down. So I had to completely reboot the system and, just start again, basically.
Well, it didn't seem to hold you back much, especially considering the safety cars. How did you play those to get back up near the front?
Basically just I knew I was pretty much gone, so any any promise of like a good result was just hanging on like a lottery. So when the safety car came out, I rolled the dice and basically filled up the tank just to full, and then ran out, came in again, and yeah, on just looking at my JIT, it was saying only about 10 liters or so. Um, so, and I was coming behind Maloney, and I noticed he was, just cruising along, just saving. So I thought, oh, I might adopt his strategy and see if that can kind of get me closer to the end as if the second safety car comes out. So yeah, unfortunately it came unstuck for Maloney, but yeah, it's the last safety car sort of was very opportune for me.
Yeah, indeed it was. And ultimately coming home with 2 Altus cars in the top 5. You had one heck of a battle with Andrew Gilliam as well. So coming out of this, it's a great way to end the season for you. And I suppose more optimism for 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. James and I have been working really well together recently on setup and just learning the car better. And yeah, had a really good battle with Andrew. You know, great paint exchange on turn 1 and 2, and showed big respect. So much appreciated.
And before we let you go, Brady, we've already heard from James Scott, but who gets it done for you in the Altus garage?
Obviously James for the setup this week and getting things rolling, and all our guys at Altus Esports and our partners Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Own TV, Race Tech Seats, and you guys for the broadcast and all the admins for the series. Thanks, guys.
And thank you, Brady Myers. Well, Sperry, we've got time for one more driver interview, and it's one that you called for personally, P5 of Adam Briggs.
I certainly did. Now, Briggsy, let's talk about that race first and foremost. That looked like it was always going to be an aggressive run up through the field. Every position was hard fought for, and you were probing about for places. P5 today is one that surely you could be very happy with.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I think that's probably my best Scops result to date. Could I have gone a little bit better, or shoulda, woulda, coulda, But that's racing. But no, happy with the result. We had great pace. This time last year was my very first Scops event, and I was mid-pack in split 2. So if we look at the 12 months, I can be very, very happy. So.
Well, you certainly can, seeing as you're now challenging up there right at the very, very top. Now, how important has that development cycle been for you? Starting to get accustomed to the car, finding the small results here and there. You're in the back end of split 1 at the start of the season. Now you started to move up forward and really go out there and attack those results. Are you now looking at this, thinking about maybe, okay, top 5s in the championship, maybe even fighting for podiums, fighting for wins? Is that going to be the main focus now moving forward for you?
I think you have to take a round by round approach. Road America is always a track I really, really, really enjoy. It's a really nice track in just about any car that's driven. So I naturally, I think any of us naturally do better at tracks that we actually physically enjoy. But that being said, yeah, I just some of the worst rounds, Simona rings a bell, taught me some of the greatest lessons. So just got to continuously be learning, track your progress, set targets that are realistic, and keep moving forward.
Absolutely. And well, let's talk about moving forward here for a second. There was a lot of conversation about the team situation where you went privateer, you jumped back in for the final round. What's the team situation for you now moving forward? Are you agent for hire? Are you still there with DPR? What's the idea with you moving forward, Adam?
We've sorted out all the little conversations that needed to be had. So I see me as a DPR driver first and foremost. So we've had all the conversations we've needed to have, and we're moving forward as DPR.
Sounds good. Before we let you go, Adam, shout out sponsors anyone you'd like to thank.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously SimSpeed, they do a magnificent broadcast. They've done it all year long as well. It's a long season. But from a DPR perspective, obviously simrigs.com, Southwell Lifts and Hoists. I've also got Ben Max Mechanical and BetSmart Racing Services as well. Those are the guys that really do us for us, and we wouldn't be able to go out there and race and do a two-step and be able to do as well without their help.
Adam Briggs there, coming home with position number 5 overall in that race. A really strong season from him. Reese, final thoughts as we depart Elkhart Lake here once again to close off another memorable season.
It's party time, and I'm looking forward to 2021 already. I mean, looking back on that season, it was a pretty crazy start to the season, and those in the know will know why. But it eventually came together in this crazy year to bring one of the finest championships I think I've seen in V8SCOPS. And a big congratulations to Madison Down on his 3rd title. Let's see how long it takes him to get his 4th.
Certainly will see that on the horizon, but there are a few dates to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on the 21st of February, provisionally, as we get things ready for round 1 of SCOPS 2021. And provisionally, the 19th of September is one date to keep in the calendar as well, because that will be Bathurst 1000 time to see who can take the virtual mountain on and who can win the greatest prize in Australian sim racing, a Bathurst 1000 victory. Also, it's worth keeping in mind in the next week or 2 weeks, you want to stay with us and go over to SimSpeed TV on YouTube because we have the opportunity to go through a post-season review. We'll be reviewing all of the races and how important each race has been to the context of this season. And more importantly than that, there are a few driver awards and team awards being rewarded come that. So make sure you check that in mind. From everyone who has worked so hard behind the scenes, from the likes of Oceanic Sim Racing, who've been putting up all the sessions and so much, not just when it's come to SCOPS, but the OSR Dev Series as well, to the likes of Motum Simulations, who have been on the replays, to Easy Finance, who has been sponsoring all of the season's races up to this point, and on top of that, to the Virtual Racing School, the title sponsor of this season. From Jay Kennedy on the cameras, from Reese Gardner here on my left-hand side, and myself, Jake Sperry. It is Madsen Downs' season in the sunshine. He kicked on from VIR. He put on a clinic almost every single time he went out to race, and nobody could really say that he didn't deserve to take this title. He really put on a closing section, which many a driver can be jealous of. But now when you have the championship, the toughest part is to keep it. Next year, they'll get even hungrier. Next year, there'll be even more tantalizing opportunities to pick up victories. And the only way you can find out who's going to be at the top of the pile to get themselves home and dry is to watch us with SimSpeed TV. Thank you very much to everyone who has watched this season on the iRacing Esports Network. And we will see you in 2021.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!